Ms. Hasim?
My lady, I don't propose to read it into the record. I think it is useful to know what the witness's background is, so that when she's giving evidence, we know where she's coming from. So if I could just ask for certain summary, but I don't need to go through the CV, and I don't think we need to spend more than 2 minutes on it.
Okay. Mr. Late?
No problem with that.
Yes, it is on record, so it's not necessary to put it on record because it's already on record. It has been handed in as an exhibit. But if Hasim is not going to spend much time on it, she can go ahead, but I think it's not really necessary because everybody has access to the statement with all her qualifications and CV.
Okay, thank you. I understand. Can we just leave her, and then she has indicated that she's not going to spend time on it. Thank you. Proceed, Ms. Hasim.
Professor Robertson, very briefly, if you could just tell us what your qualification is, and specifically what yours is in community-based mental health services. Thank you.
So I qualified as a medical practitioner in 1990. I worked as an intern in 91. I did primary healthcare medicine for about 12 years. I then went back to specialize in psychiatry, which I qualified as a psychiatrist in 2011. And since then, I have worked in the SABC district in community psychiatry as a community psychiatrist. So I have more than 30 years experience as a doctor and 12 years experience in district psychiatry.
And when it comes to community-based mental health services, what does that involve?
So community-based mental health services it's a counteraction in a way to the old style, the sort of colonial era institutionalized services, which were in standalone hospitals. So from sort of 19th century, early 20th century, everyone with a severe mental illness would have had to be locked away. And that was partly because of not having the right medicines to treat them with. We hadn't discovered them yet. So as medicines were developed and a better understanding of what mental illness is, is a SABC district where I'm the consultant. So I've worked with the NGOs who provide residential and daycare centres.
So you would have in your involvement in the investigation, for example, for the Ombudsman and so on, you know that one of the reasons that was given by the officials for the cancellation of the contract with Life Esidimeni, and the move of the patients into NGOs was particularly what you're referring to is the policy of deinstitutionalization. So that's the reason, right? So can you explain then what does that mean in the context now of the Life Esidimeni? When we talk about deinstitutionalization, does it mean moving, as happened here, all mental health care users from public health facilities to NGOs?
So deinstitutionalization is one aspect of developing a rights-based mental health care system. So it means essentially closing institutions and transferring the place of care from the institution to the community. So we did embark on this process in the mid-1990s in South Africa. Gauteng province was a forerunner, and it was in the context of developing rights-based care. And this is why we've got some level of community mental health care in our province. The concept it was that the beds that are closed, when you close down a long stay standalone hospital, which removes the person from society, when you close that and you're placing the person back in their community, the budget that you're spending on that long stay hospital should go to the community services. So it's not that you're actually using less. It's more that you're observing or you're trying to change the style and manner in which the care is provided. So when the Act was promulgated, which enshrines the rights of people with mental illness to receive care close to their home, there was a series of models which were constructed, and these modeling, there was a norms manual which was drafted, which was provided to the National Department of Health. And the models were also published, and those are in the National Mental Health Policy Framework and Strategic Plan. And what they did is they modeled the amount of staff needed in the community to provide ambulatory or outpatient care, the amount of staff and beds needed in general hospitals, and then the residual number of beds needed in the residual number of long stay institutions for those people with illness that is too severe to allow them to be able to live in the community. So there were three aspects to the deinstitutionalization process. One was the closure of long stay institutions and the move of people from institution to community. So in correspondence with that was upscaling services in the community with psychiatrists, psychologists, social workers, occupational therapists, and others. Admin clerks, they modeled for everything. And increasing the beds in the general hospitals. So prior to that, there were no real wards, psychiatric wards in general hospitals. The psychiatric wards were all in Sterkfontein or Weskoppies and hospitals like that. What happened, and we started it a little bit before 94, but it was in keeping with our human rights and our democratic era. We started developing wards at Baragwanath, at Chris Harneyvale. So it was to increase the number of beds there. So this is in the, I think it's in the expert panel report. I can find the page if needed for the court. But it's a three-pronged approach. And developing community mental health services means developing the service, not moving the patient. Moving the patient, moving the person from the institution to the community is the deinstitutionalization. But developing the community mental health service to accommodate that person is about providing infrastructure and staffing and personnel for that person.
Can you describe in the context of the Esidimeni move, in particular, what the readiness was, what was the state of, the ability of the Gauteng province to implement the policy. I mean, this was all, as I understand it, in the context of the National Mental Health Framework Policy. Yeah. Can you tell us specifically in relation to the Esidimeni project? Yes.
Actually countrywide, because in the National Mental Health Policy Framework, part of the reason for the policy was that community mental health services had not been developed, but people had been rapidly deinstitutionalized. So on page 16 of the policy, there was a strongly worded cautionary statement to stop deinstitutionalization until community mental health services had been developed. So in Gauteng province, to give you an example, we had in 1994, 70 beds in long-stay hospitals per 100,000 population.
Mhm.
By 2004, we had reduced that number of beds by half to 35. By 2008, we had reduced them again, and I'm not sure of the ratio, but we had then reduced them to 2,000 and something.
Mm.
And what had happened from 2008 onwards is we were unable to continue to reduce those beds because there were no services to keep people stable in the community. So our province was a very good illustration of what the policy was warning against, that the rapid deinstitutionalization had led to rising numbers of homeless people, of what we call a revolving door syndrome. So they're not stable, so they're continuously in and out of hospital, and of people in prison. So we know that when people are not well mentally, a lot may become more aggressive and they land up in prison. But it is a reflection of being unable to get the care that they need.
Mhm.
So by 2012, when the policy was written, we were a prime example of this.
By we, you mean Gauteng?
Gauteng province.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, but
so in 2015, and your involvement, at least as far as this project goes and our record goes, starts in 2015, roughly around April, and you corresponded with the MEC directly. I understand. I'm going to take you to the letters to refresh your memory. But what I'd like you to explain to the court is why you wrote these letters and what it is you were dealing with. So the first letter is one of the 23rd of June 2015, and it's at page 18312 of Caseline. Let me know when you're there. My lady, do you have it?
Come again?
18312, my lady. I just want to make sure the court has it as well.
Yes, I have the page.
Okay. Professor Robertson, you recognize this letter?
I do, yes.
And it was addressed to the MEC.
Yes.
And CC'd to other people.
Yes.
Why did you write to the MEC and copy the officials as opposed to the other way around?
I think we had been informed. We had quarterly meetings already with the Mental Health Directorate.
Mm-hmm.
So I met with them on two bases. One is part of the Society of South African Society of Psychiatrists, and others in my actual operational duties. And I think we had been informed that the MEC was planning on this reduction of beds and restriction on admissions.
When you say we had been informed, can you
by
be specific?
By Dr. Manuela at one of these mental health directorate meetings earlier in 2015. So we wrote to the MEC really to caution against the decision to do this.
So if you have a look at the letter, if you can just tell the court what the main concerns were. This is June 2015. There wasn't a termination yet of the contract, right?
No. There was none. We had been told that they were going to reduce beds, but there was a long-term plan of ending the contract, but we had not. There was no termination date or definite.
Okay, so why were you concerned about the reduction in beds?
We simply weren't coping with this, with the load, caseload as it was. We weren't coping with the demands on care, with the revolving door patients, with the system as it was. So we were very aware that we weren't going to be able to cope with more.
if you turn to page 18313, you outline these concerns. Is there anything that you wish to say about that or add to what's here?
I think, I mean, this letter does follow on some meetings that we had. We were very concerned that there was an underestimation of the severity of the illness. I think we had not estimated the severity ourselves fully. It was more severe and worse than what we thought it would be. But we were very concerned that some of the people who we were depending on Life Esidimeni to care for were people we knew were not suitable to be cared for in the community, that the level of illness was such. And then the community-based residential facilities, so what we call the NGOs, that they really, there's no equivalence between them and what is offered in a standalone hospital. These are layperson-run organizations. So we were concerned for two things, that we didn't have enough beds in these organizations and that they didn't have the expertise or the equipment to care for the people who were to be deinstitutionalized. And we were, furthermore, at point 4, I referred to primary care re-engineering in the district clinics. So it's very important to understand that what we had established in Gauteng, this community mental health services and community psychiatry, was not part of a national program of care. It was unique to the province. It was a way of adapting to the deinstitutionalization that had taken place. So with primary care re-engineering in the clinics and in the district, we were really feeling that we were being pressurized to give up staff. So we had no access to funding or resources for community psychiatry. It wasn't in the plan. And these particular people with these kind of illnesses are not primary mental health care, level care. They require specialist level care. There's complex multimorbidity and severity. So that was our real concern, was that the services that we had, the existing services, were being dismantled, in fact, at that time.
Just before you proceed, if you can explain this primary care re-engineering, so that from our side, yes, as lay people in your field, we don't understand these concepts. If you can assist, yes.
So the primary health care, when the community psychiatry was implemented in the 1990s, the primary care system had different programs. Mm-hmm. So you would have maternal and child health, HIV, TB, oral health, and mental health as a program. Mm. Now, we basically were utilizing the budget for that mental health program because we were aware of the severity of illness, and we felt that this was more than could be done just by PHC. When I talk about PHC engineering, we're talking about the integrated chronic disease management.
Oh, okay.
And what they brought in, and it's a new model of care, and it's really to try and provide more holistic care to patients. So you integrate all the chronic disease care, which means that instead of diabetes, hypertension, and HIV and TB may all be treated, if they're all chronic diseases, together in the same queue, instead of having parallel components. So with that re-engineering, the mental health component was kind of being, it was disappearing into engineering, into the integrated PHC. And there was a little bit of a misinterpretation. So it's not that we don't support it. Integrated chronic mental health care is what we want primary care practitioners to do. But the level of care then that would be integrated primary mental health care would really be a very different level of care to what the patients were needing and what we were providing as community psychiatry. So to give an example, just one meeting I remember, and it threw me, the facility manager of one of the clinics I work at came back from some ideal clinic training, and she said to the psychiatry nurse that she mustn't do psychiatry anymore because she must be integrated to PHC. So she now must do PHC, and there's no mental health anymore. And it led to a little bit of a dispute. I basically said, well, if you take away the psych nurse, then you have to take the psychiatry patients as well and manage them, which they conceded would not be manageable in PHC, and they allowed us to retain the psychiatry sisters. But some districts, so Ekurhuleni district, they actually did. All of the psychiatric nurses got blended into PHC, and then they found they couldn't cope with the psychiatry patients, so they got some retired psychiatry nurses, 6 of them, to come and help. So that's how each district was implementing this a bit differently. But the problem with it is essentially the program we were occupying, if you like, was disappearing from us. And there was nothing to replace it for people needing psychiatric care.
So
thank you. Continue.
Thank you. So level of care, when you say what the level of care that's required, what level of care was required for these mental health care users? So staffing, let's talk about just nursing care, for example.
So this would be what we would basically call level 2 care or secondary level care. Primary level care is level 1, and then your level 2 just has more complex conditions they need, and often it is more nursing attention rather than more medical attention. So most of these people have been through tertiary academic hospitals, which are level 3 care, with diagnostic workups, understanding the illness, initial education about it, education about with the families, working out a care plan, and then transferred to Life Esidimeni for a level 2 long-term hospital care. Now, we were trying to provide in community psychiatry a level 2 ambulatory care, outpatient care, so that we could give more attention, more nursing attention to people that then can be given in a normal primary care clinic. An example will be in our clinics, our patients do not collect their medicine every month from the pharmacist. They collect it every month from the psychiatry nurse. So every month they have a few minutes with a nurse who knows them for years, who asks them how they're doing, is everything okay, what's happening at home, how's the family. We actually did try to take some stable patients through, so they just collected from pharmacy, and we find they often then default, they stop being adherent to medicines, because that human contact is so important, that they come almost for the care, not just for the medicine. They come for that checkup on are they okay? It's not just medicine.
Just to clarify, you spoke about psychiatric nurses.
Yes.
So what qualification would they have, and would other nurses be able to perform the same function?
So psychiatric nurses, some might have a postgraduate training in psychiatry, but most of them are actually registered nurses, but with the old curriculum, which so in the basic curriculum, they would have rotated through a psychiatry unit. And then they would have chosen to apply for and stay in a psychiatric unit or setting. And so many of them, we call them psychiatric nurses because they have got years of experience in managing people with mental illness. That's rather than an extra bar, because it's not so easy to get that postgraduate qualification, not because of the difficulty in exams, but because it's not offered by many institutions. So,
okay, so just to go back to the letter, you ended the letter. It says, we urge the MEC for Health and the Gauteng Department of Health to reconsider the decision to cut long-term care, etc., etc. Did you get a response to this letter?
no, we didn't.
Did you, when you say you didn't, does it mean you didn't get a response from the MEC, or that you didn't get a response from anyone at all?
From anybody.
Okay. So what then happens, that was June 2015, and then the termination took place at the end of September 2015. But this is now no longer a reduction of beds. This is the termination in September.
Yeah.
If I can take you to your next letter, and that is at page 35169. So it starts at 35169. It's dated 30th October 2015, and it starts with an email directed to the MEC, drawing her attention to the attached letter. So again, you write to the MEC. Why do you write to the MEC as the executive authority rather than the head of department?
I think she had just announced in public the decision to terminate the contract. So it had come from the MEC.
Okay, and your letter is attached on the next page. Maybe you can just explain what you were hoping to achieve with this letter.
We wanted a meeting. We wanted to really sit down and thrash out where the problems were, where the difficulties were, and how to approach them in a manner that would observe human rights as well as the needs of the department. Just simple as that. I don't. I think we did that. That is to, as I said, we request an appointment with the MEC for Health in order to discuss the matter further. So we just wanted to be able to have an in, if you like, and be able to raise our concerns in a coherent manner.
Right, as the experts on the ground who are going to have to do this. Okay. So you asked for a meeting to go through it with her. Did the MEC respond, the former MEC?
No.
Did anybody respond?
No.
That was 30th October. The next thing that happened was litigation against the department, the MEC, and others. And that was in December 2015. And were you involved?
Only in the background. I was not involved directly in the litigation.
And in what capacity were you involved in the background?
So I am just as the public sector convener for the South African Society of Psychiatrists, so on the SASOP board, and as an advisor, really, as part of the SASOP group. So support.
Right. But SASOP brought this litigation together with SADAG
Yes.
and the South African Federation for Mental Health.
Yes.
For for the appointment of a curator ad litem.
Yeah.
Why would that be? Why did you think that would be a solution?
I think what we were hoping at that point, we just wanted to put a stop, to halt it. This was going far too fast. And we wanted to have a stop. And I think the outcome of that litigation was to halt the discharge process or the deinstitutionalization process until a mutual agreement had been agreed upon. A plan had been agreed upon by all parties, and that was given a deadline of the end of January the following year.
Right.
Yeah. So it was again, we had not had response to any of the letters. We had raised our concerns repeatedly with the directorate in person, and this was another attempt to really draw attention and to say this isn't going to work, that we're very concerned.
What is the ability of mental health care users, and let's be specific, the cohort of mental health care users at Life Esidimeni? What capacity do they have to advocate for themselves?
So that's a difficult question. So in the current legislation that we had, all of these people had been admitted to Life Esidimeni as assisted users. So what that means is that we believed they did not have capacity to advocate for themselves, and that they needed other people to advocate for them with respect to the care of their mental illness. It doesn't mean they can't advocate for themselves for other issues. The reason behind that and is that mental illness, and a lot of them had severe intellectual disability or severe dementia. So they had a chronic progressive neurocognitive disorders, but with chronic psychotic disorders and bipolar disorder, the pathology is in the prefrontal cortex. And with that comes an impairment in what we call executive functioning. So the prefrontal cortex is the part of the brain we use when we want to plan, when we want to problem solve, when we make decisions. We weigh up pros and cons. We hold things in what we call our working memory. While we're considering one thing, you're holding some other concept in your mind to consider the other side of it. It's where we manipulate numbers. Now, that is a key area of the brain which is affected by mental illness. So this is why the mental health legislation has in place involuntary care and assisted care. Because what we're saying is we will take this person has an impairment in their functioning because of the mental illness, which might impair their decision-making ability with respect to the care of their mental illness. Okay, and it's because the mental illness is in the brain, and it's hard to separate it out from those areas of functioning. Okay, so it allows us to admit somebody who might not want an admission because we feel it is better for them. So we're doing it on their behalf. We feel that they have not been able or might not be able to weigh up all of the pros and cons of the admission versus being out of hospital. And it's related to the illness itself.
Right.
Is that clear?
Well, when you say assisted care, so they required, did I hear that?
So they're not, so when we have assisted care, what we're really doing is we are assisting the person in the decision. The person is not actively refusing the admission. There's no active refusal, and I think that was the case with all of these. There was no active refusal to go to Life Esidimeni by any of them. Otherwise, they would have been involuntary. So we make it assisted so that should the person change them, to safeguard against any change of mind or to any other choice that they might make. But it is done very, very clearly on behalf and in the best interests of that person. So they are making a decision, but we are saying, okay, just because we know it's an intellectual disability, because we know there's cognitive impairment, because there's an impairment in executive dysfunction, we will assist in that decision. And this is a huge level of responsibility, because it means you're actually acting on their behalf in their best interests.
Right. So any move then of these kind of the mental health care users from a facility to another would have to go through a careful process to ensure that it's in their best interest. I'm trying to summarize, and if I'm wrong, say so.
Yes. So the Act favors the. I'll put, maybe that's the wrong word, but we have to justify, in terms of the Act, we need to justify why we're keeping somebody in an institution rather than allowing them to live in the community. And that's why every year we're supposed to fill in a periodical report, which is supposed to go to the review board, and they say, yes, this person should be in an institution because of the severity of illness is usually the reason, or the severity of the disability is usually the reason, actually. And that our environment has not accommodated that level of disability.
Right. So that's as far as the decision making goes to where the user would be cared for, right? Physically, what level of care and etc. But what does it mean with decision making at a more granular level? Medication, sort of, if a patient refuses, I mean, what does it mean? What assistance is required at that level?
It's at a granular level. It does place them in a custodial care framework. Okay, and so we are prescribing medicine that we think is best for the patient. We ask them to take it, and if it's in an institution, then it's more supervised medication because it'll be administered by a nurse. Whereas if it's at home in a community, they take it themselves. If it's an NGO, they often take it themselves. So at a granular level, it's really instituting custodial care for the person because of the level of disability.
Okay, thank you. So you didn't. That was December 2015. The curator, I presume, would have represented the best interest. That's the point of curator. And then there was litigation again in March 2016. What was happening then?
Okay, so Council, I need to just go back to my notes, but what I remember is there was no mutual agreement reached at the end of January. So the outcome of the first litigation wasn't realized.
Yes.
Okay. And then March 2016 was that, this was March 2016. They were already discharging and deinstitutionalizing people. So could we just go back? Could we find the actual notes on that?
Well, why don't can I take you to the letter you wrote to Dr. Manamela?
Yes.
At that point in time. It was April 2016. And it was in the context of that litigation. If I can just, the reference is 37635. Okay, you've got it?
Yes.
Okay, let's start. We've got to just scroll down. We've got to get it in order.
Yeah. So
there's the April letter. So that is it's on 37635. It's from you to your colleagues, I believe, to Tebe Madihwe, Yusuf Musa, etc.
Yeah.
This is now April 2016. And you begin with saying, I wish to raise a disturbing issue that I've learned.
Then this, yes. So this remind.
If you need a minute to just read through the letter, just to remind yourself, that's fine.
Yeah, so this was the reason for the litigation in March, was actually because of labour issues at Takalani, and it was to stop or try and halt the discharge of patients to Takalani in particular. And that we lost, and because these were supposed to be discharged people, again, the discharge was meant to happen in the person's best interest, and it was assumed by the court that the discharge would be done by a clinician in that person's best interests. But in reality, the discharges were done because of the termination of contract. Not, yeah. So that litigation failed to stop the process, and we were placing people at that point at Takalani, but some other NGOs as well. Okay.
So you detail your concerns. So I'd like you to explain to the court what you meant by these issues, where you say when you talk about the number of users that are being moved, the NGOs that you had direct experience of, etc. So can you explain that?
So I was drawing on my experience in Esidimeni district, and I had some awareness of other districts, but I was obviously very closely aware and responsible for what happened in Esidimeni district as the psychiatrist there. So, and so this letter actually followed several things. Okay, it followed a request to sign off NGOs as having capacity to manage people with mental illness who were going to be discharged or transferred from Life Esidimeni. Now that...
Sorry, I just, for the sake of clarity, when you say it follows a request, a request by whom?
So that request happened, it was a request by Dr. Celebano, and it happened approximately 2 weeks before this letter. Okay. I actually met with Dr. Celebano, Dr. Manamela, and my own director, Ms. Lahani, and our mental health coordinator, and we all met at an NGO in Esidimeni called Anani. And we did a walkabout of that NGO, and for me, I'm a doctor. But, okay, I don't know anything about buildings and stuff like that. And so we did this walkabout, and I had not really understood what the NGOs were doing up at that point. And we sat in the one room, and then we were talking about various things. And then he asked me if I could just sign a document. There was a checklist for the NGO that had been drafted by a management team who were implementing the process. And I looked at this document and I was a little bit taken aback, but I didn't think to question. I was naive and I feel very gullible actually. And so I signed it. And then he asked, he also invited me to one of the project management team meetings for the 22nd of April. So between that meeting at Tanani and the meeting in the 22nd of April, my mental health coordinator took me around quite a few NGOs. And I foolishly signed off 3, I think it was, on this checklist, which I hadn't really seen before or been discussed with me. When I went to the meeting on the 22nd of April, I sat there, and this was the only project management meeting I went to. But what I realized is that other buildings, the government buildings, they had Department of Infrastructure and Development checking everything. They had electricians checking the electrical stuff. They were worrying about the roof and this. And I was absolutely shocked to the core. I suddenly realized what I had been asked to do and what I had complied with. And I was really upset. I also realized at that meeting that we in the district were not having an opportunity to understand who was going to come to us. So the 2 academic hospitals, Tara Hospital had said that they would not take any users because they're not suitable for Tara Hospital. And the other 2 academic hospitals were able to go through the lists and have some idea. I don't think it was a very good idea, but some idea of the numbers and types of conditions that were going to come to people and the people that were going to come to them. Whereas I asked why we can't choose and what was happening. But I realized the district was not going to be given that opportunity. And then another thing I realized at that meeting is that the hospitals were given an opportunity to employ Life Esidimeni staff. So in addition, when they were taking the patients, they were also going to have more staff. They were going to create more posts, and their wards were being renovated. So what I felt at the end of that, I actually felt I had been conned. And I had that same feeling that people have when they are conned of foolishness, gullibility, naivety. And I was at great pains to say that I'm worried about these. I put my signature to say these NGOs are okay. And I have no idea what I'm doing. So I should not have done it. And I wanted to undo what I had done. So that was the one motivation for the letter. The second, and I was reflecting what I had seen in some of the NGOs. So for example, the municipal bylaws allow 33 people to live in one house. Now that's not suitable for people with severe mental illness. It's not suitable for people where the impairment in functioning is such that you can't inhibit your impulsivity and your aggression if you are provoked. Most of us find that difficult, but if we have an illness that prevents that, it's very difficult. So to put 33 people, and these were little old ranch-style houses or township houses, in that it's not adequate accommodation. So having seen what the NGOs looked like, I was really concerned. And then we had been communicating as SASOP with SADAG and Section 27 and the Federation. So it was through them that I learned that Takalani NGO, that there were some labour issues going on. In fact, I had learned it from one of my own NGO managers who was very worried. She had been asked to take somebody and I had said, look, this patient should not be in your NGO. And she had been told to take a patient, and so she had chosen who she thought she could manage. So she had told me there's something going on at Takalani. So there was a bit of grapevine knowledge. And then I'd heard it at Section 27. And basically there was a labor dispute happening. Now, people who have got mental illness, what we need to prevent and manage mental illness is a calm, predictable, safe, secure environment where people care for one another. The environment should not have conflict between management and staff. There shouldn't be the air and atmosphere of the conflict can precipitate relapse and the illness, because the stress tolerance, and I'm really taking what we know in our own self and as ourselves, as people without an illness. If we're working in an environment where there's a lot of toxicity and toxic relationships between people, we feel stressed. So if you take that level of stress to somebody who's got a psychotic disorder, the brain is much more vulnerable. It's like a car accident for a child with brittle bone disease. The bones will fracture with nothing. They don't need an accident. Okay. So essentially, you're putting people who are extremely vulnerable into an environment where there's conflict. And I was worried about that. So those were the motivating reasons for this particular letter, which was to my colleagues, because I was really just finding out what they working in hospitals, most of them, and I'm saying, this is not how it is on the ground. It's not like that in the district. So I was drawing on my experience in the district.
Lady, I do see it's 10:59.
Yes.
I'm not done with this particular letter. I can continue till 11:15, or we can break now. I'm in the fourth.
Will you complete it by 11:15 or?
I will.
Or do you prefer to break now, and then we resume at 11:15?
Maybe yes. Yes. Thank you.
Okay. The witness is warned. She's an expert. I think you understand that. Your evidence is of an expert nature. You are not like an ordinary witness. You are just warned that you have taken the oath. So that oath will still continue even if you are outside the courtroom. Thank you. We're going to take the tea adjournment. Can we resume at 11:15? Thank you.
Please report, milady.
As a court, please, Melody.
Yes, where is the witness?
She should be on.
Okay.
I'm going to ask someone to just check. Here she is, my lady.
Okay, there she is. Thank you. Yes, Professor, you are reminded that you are still under oath. I see Mr. Van Bergen's hand is up.
Thank you, my lady. Perhaps just through you, if I could ask the professor just to slow down the rate of her delivery. I know that professors expect students to write at the pace that they talk, but it's some years since I've been in the class. So if she could perhaps just take that into account, I'll appreciate it.
Oh, okay. I think she's hearing, Professor. You heard what the council is requesting you to do. Thank you.
Yes, thanks, my lady.
All right.
So, Prof, you were
Yes.
saying to us what motivated you to write the letter, and you've explained about the NGOs and your concern. And then you go on in the letter to talk about the SLA between department and NGO. What did you mean by that? What was your concern here?
Sorry, Council, I'm just trying to get that letter back up.
Apologies.
This was
3765.
We just want the other one to the 28th.
Are we still on 37635? Yes. Okay.
Yes,
Got it. Okay,
and
so
then if you
where
scroll
did
down,
Yes.
you can read it through, and
Yes, but I'm very worried. Have you had the opportunity to read the letter, Professor? Just
Yes.
on your own?
I have.
Okay.
My lady,
All
thank
right.
you. Thanks.
All right.
I'm just a little flustered, I suppose, getting it now. All right, so I think before the SLA, I just talk about what I had seen in visiting some of the NGOs in terms of how far the subsidy goes and the conditions of work for the caregivers and the qualifications of the caregivers. So they're paid a stipend, the caregivers, but there's no specific training required of them. So most of them they do either a 6 weeks or a 3-month course in HIV home-based care, which is very different to caring for people with severe mental illness. And then in one of the NGOs, and this was, I questioned the manager about this actually, because I was quite shocked, but she had been told the caregiver must sleep inside, couldn't sleep in a separate room outside. And this is a tiny little house in SABC township. And so you've got a young caregiver sleeping on the mattress on the floor in a room with 3 male patients. And I was very worried about those sort of conditions. That with this move and deinstitutionalization, the upscaling of the community mental health services amounted to an additional subsidy that was going to be attached, which was to try and get towards a nursing sister. So it was to be 4,600 Rand a month, also without benefits, for the NGOs to be able to contract a registered nurse to assist, at least part-time, with medications and things. So there was a service level agreement between the department and the NGO, and so the subsidies and the price, the distribution of expenditure, how much should go into what category of staff for the NGOs, was detailed in that service level agreement. But I was very worried about this from really just as in this setting. I was a layperson actually. I was coming in as a clinician, as an expert or a psychiatrist, but I'm not usually, our job is not usually looking at how people live and their housing. So it made me realize that there's no standards, that we weren't working off any kind of established standards for NGO staffing, staff to patient ratios, or anything. We were working off really what the subsidy would be and the requirements by the NGO to access the subsidy. So there were various requirements that they had to comply with if they were to be given the subsidy. So that was my question to my colleagues, was if they knew if there were any others, had I missed something? That I felt that we needed to make sure that the support of the NGO is appropriate. It's not a matter of just moving people into an NGO. And I think I then wrote a lot more about the actual district services than about the rest of the NGO. But the NGOs are lay people with zero qualifications, relying on a basic subsidy and the disability grant of the patients to care for them. And then they rely heavily on the district health services to provide the clinical care. So very few NGOs can afford to employ a doctor and a nurse full-time. And they certainly can't afford after hours. In fact, I don't know of any NGOs that afford them full-time. I think Talisman Foundation might have a nurse full-time. But a few of the very well-established NGOs who might have some private paying residents can contract doctors, or they get doctors to give up their time for a stipend once a month or something like that. So they're reliant on our district health services. And I listed the problems of that.
Before you go to that, if I can just ask you, when you're talking about the NGOs and these concerns, these were NGOs that had been in existence in the province. They were so-called existing NGOs or old NGOs.
So some were and some weren't. So I had been asked to sign off on these new NGOs to say they had capacity. And this is what I was kind of realizing, is it's not just their capacity in terms of their building and their staffing, but it's also the capacity of the district health services to address the needs and meet the needs of people who are really vulnerable to physical illness, as well as having a chronic severe mental illness. So so some were established and others were not.
And so you were going to go to district health services and the specific concerns that are listed here. So if you can take us through that and why district health services is relevant to the NGO's care level of care.
Okay, so when you deinstitutionalize somebody, you're placing them back in the community, and the NGOs are in the community. And in Esidimeni, a lot of our NGOs are really quite deep in the township community. And the idea is that the NGO gets support as well from the community. So you're integrating that person into the community. But at the same time, if they need medical care, they have to enter the health system in the same way as everybody else via PHC. Okay, so you're taking them from a hospital level into a community. They're now part of the district population, and they come into the health system again each time they need help. And that point of entry is primary health care and the district health services. Okay, so that is very important then, that the district health services. Now, we had some community psychiatry, but as I explained, this was, we felt that we were being pulled apart, that it was being dismantled. So the things I was concerned about is the after-hour casualty services. So if there was an emergency in an NGO, the patient had a bleeding peptic ulcer, like the one at Gauteng, they have to call for an ambulance from the NGO, same as a family member. So it's no different to an emergency in a family home. They need to get an ambulance to come to the NGO to fetch the patient, take the person to hospital. The person then waits in the queue at the casualty, gets attended to, and then does or does not get admitted into hospital. So in the district health services, some of our community health centres also have got casualties, and that's very often the first port of call. So either the family, the NGO manager, or an ambulance would take them to the community health centre casualty. They then get seen there by a clinician, a doctor, and then from there transferred to hospital and then admitted. And my concern there is that we didn't have enough doctors to staff our casualties. So this was knowledge I had from family medicine, is they were struggling at that point to actually give 24-hour cover in the casualties. So you could get to a community health centre and not have a doctor. So this was one of the problems. So I didn't have the statistics, but this is exactly what the family physicians were concerned about.
When you say a doctor, would there be psychiatrists?
No. We're looking just at a generalist medical officer.
Okay.
So these are primary care employees, primary care practitioners.
So there would never be a psychiatric doctor?
No. Not at all. And in fact, I go into that a bit later in the letter. So the next point in that same one is one of the ways in which we want to try and get more coverage. So we have, well, it's now been estimated in South Africa as a 90% treatment gap. 2004, it was estimated 75% treatment gap. That means that from the current estimate, this is from a 2018 study, we think that 90% of people with mental illness are not able to access care for their mental illness in our current system. So one of the ways to get coverage is for primary healthcare practitioners to provide mental health care to people. But what I was raising here is that we don't have enough primary healthcare practitioners to take over the management, even of very stable people with mental illness. And you need to have doctors because the medicines require a doctor, and a primary care nurse can't prescribe these medicines. So we were deinstitutionalizing patients into a system which already was not able to address the mental health needs of the population. And we didn't have enough primary care doctors to attend to the volume of people needing primary health care. And now we were adding to that burden.
Right.
Then the third point was that there's no designated community psychiatry team. So as I've tried to explain, the service we have in Gauteng is not formalized or recognized in any kind of referral pathway other than what we've tried to develop. So it's not like it's coming from national that a community psychiatry service should be developed. What's coming from national is that patients should all be cared for by primary care. But now what we're doing is we're deinstitutionalizing or putting people with very complex conditions who require more than just primary health care to under-resourced and over, but with an excessive caseload, primary care facilities. So I was worried that what we had at the time in the community psychiatry service, I think I've written here that we were being pulled apart. So I've written there that the mental health manager, who is to take the patients that we've said we'll take, was actually also doing non-communicable diseases and was trying to sort out issues around home delivery of oxygen cylinders. So his time was divided. There was no devoted time for people with severe mental illness. And we didn't have any social workers anymore with training or expertise in managing people with severe mental illness. We were using social workers in the primary care setting who've got a degree in social work, but they don't have a degree, have training in the kind of illness or level of pathology that we're dealing with. So and this again was with integration. There was no mental health anymore. It was all integrated. So we had 2 psychiatry social workers, and they had resigned. One had retired and the other resigned. And we were trying to train the primary care social workers to be able to address the needs of people with severe mental illness, as well as all the needs of people in the primary care clinics, which can be quite immense. Then the third problem was that we already couldn't access hospital beds when somebody relapses. So we often try and treat people with very severe psychotic illness as outpatients. As long as that person will come to the clinic, we'll try and treat them. Even if they are quite hostile and aggressive, but if we're getting some sort of cooperation, we will try and treat them because they're coming to us voluntarily. So we'll try our best. But when we need a hospital bed for them because we cannot manage them, and certain conditions, severe psychosis and severe mania, cannot be managed in a district setting. It's not. We couldn't get access to acute beds because the hospital is overcrowded with psychiatric patients. So I've written there that we often cannot access acute inpatient services due to the demands on beds. They have to be managed as outpatients. And so what we would do to try and accommodate that is we would try and bring them in every week. Now, when these services were established, the psychiatric nurses used to do home visits for difficult patients with more complex problems. That was stopped. That was stopped with PHC re-engineering and the introduction of community health workers. So the psychiatry nurses didn't have access to the government cars anymore for home visits. It was only to be done by a community health worker or a ward-based outreach team, which is the same, but the team leader, or a social worker. But none of these people have training in mental illness and severe mental illness. So you're then asking them to go to the home of somebody who you're worried is might be becoming quite violent and aggressive. But they're not trained to deal with that and to deal with the kind of family dynamics that we see in this population group can be very, very difficult to handle. So that was my further concern, that if we wanted to manage somebody very closely, because we're worried about the level of illness, they still have to come to us every week. We couldn't increase the intensity of management through home visits of professional people, and except rarely, and then through special permission and getting transport organized and things like that. So that was, and that's what I've said. I've said limited staffing and often no transport is available for home visits by nurses. And then in our regional hospital, so now I'm referring back to Sedibeng district and to the SABC hospital. So we had no after-hours psychiatry cover in the psych wards. What happens is the medical officers who are working in the psychiatry wards do their calls for casualty because there aren't enough doctors to work in the casualty. And whoever's on call in the casualty was covering the psychiatry ward at night. So should there be an emergency in the ward, the casualty officer must cover all areas. So this was, we were already seeing problems with this with the inpatients that we were trying to manage, that we were trying to manage them in an understaffed hospital.
And this was before the big move of.
This was before
the transfer of the.
Yeah, this is standard care. This is our standard way of operating, and the problems we're having in our standard, normal day-to-day operational issues. that we were having in 2016.
So that letter you wrote to your colleagues, and then shortly after that, if you scroll down to page 37638, there is a letter here dated 4 May 2016, yes. And it's from you to Dr. Manamela. Can you just explain to the court why you wrote this letter? And
yes, I just want to quickly go back through it. If that's okay.
Take your time to read. I know you've read it before.
Yes, and I've tried to put them in sequence, but the sequence here gets quite complicated.
Take your time to read through it.
Apologies, I don't know. Something went wrong on my side. Okay, you can proceed. That's fine.
Okay. This was a subsequent letter. The 28th of April was to my colleagues, following being in the meeting, getting a better idea of what's happening on the ground, working out the actual services that we had. There was a little bit of an interaction after that letter, because I had addressed it to the colleagues and not to the directorate. That Prof. Musa got back to me, said he'd look into Takalani and to see what was happening. Then I wrote another letter, and I think this one I wrote at midnight. I think I was. This was also just provoked again by being concerned of having signed off these NGOs, the very same concerns actually, and now writing again, but this time to Dr. Manamela, who had forwarded the previous letter. So I think it's in follow on from the previous letter. Okay, so I again reiterate that my concerns regarding the rushed manner in which mental health care users are being placed at the NGOs in the districts. I have CC'd Dr. Celebrano, Mr. Mosanochi, and my director, Ms. Slahani, because we had met them at the one NGO. So I am referring again to that same meeting that had happened before, where I had been asked to sign off NGOs. And then since that meeting, I wanted to express my thought processes. So I was now formalizing the sentiments I had expressed to my colleagues, and working around those. And I think I had grown more anxious in the interim, the few days that had passed. So if we go to the second paragraph, so I did try and reassure them, and I am very much I've chosen the job that I do because I agree with community psychiatry. I think that it's the only way that we're going to be able to address problems around severe mental illness at the moment anyway. But I say that I'm very worried that we're not sufficiently equipped to receive a large number of seriously ill mental health care users. And I go back to the meeting of the 22nd of April when I say, when I saw the preparation being put into the hospitals and the caution with which users are being transferred to the hospital unit, I became acutely aware of how unprepared we are in the community. I have also realized how ill-equipped I am to evaluate the NGOs for reception of the users. And this, unfortunately, was only after having visited and agreeing to the readiness of 3 NGOs. So those are the same 3 that I referred to in the previous email.
Prof, just before you move on, in this paragraph, in the second sentence, you say, I do understand the pressure the directorate is under to place users. What did you mean by that?
So I'm writing this to Dr. Manamela this time, and we had had numerous meetings, and I had seen them, met with them many times. And I didn't want to be obstructive. I'm a government employee, I work in the health system, and as far as possible, I would like to cooperate. So I certainly did not, and I think they were under huge pressure and were actually extremely distressed. So I wanted to reassure that I was not trying to be obstructive. I think that's really my meaning there. And I certainly did not want to be impertinent in any way.
I interrupted you. You can go on.
Okay, so my first point was regarding the NGOs, and I refer again to having had to sign 3 of them off. This was still affecting my own sanity, actually. I was extremely stressed about it. I felt that I could be held responsible now for anything that could happen at those NGOs. And I was not in a position for that. I was completely unwitting in the process. I had signed it unwittingly and in ignorance. So this was really a concern for me. It was also obviously a concern for the people who were going to be placed there and for the NGOs. So I stressed that when the checklist, I can't remember what was on the checklist. It was a clinical checklist, it was called. So I stressed that I considered the NGOs that I have seen as ready for users who are stable on their medication, cooperative, and willing to stay at the NGO. They must be voluntary. They must want to be at that NGO. I do not think any of our NGOs can manage a disruptive user or any user who does not willingly take their treatment when it is given to them, or who does not wish to stay at the NGO. All of the NGOs are easy for users to abscond from if they really wish to do so. Normally, the NGOs receive users one at a time after being discharged when deemed well enough to live in the community. So in a normal process of discharge, somebody has assessed that person in full capacity, a psychiatry doctor or a doctor with psychiatry supervision, as being well enough to live in an NGO when in community. I do not know whether or not the NGOs will cope with receiving groups of 10 or more people. And so I have okayed the NGOs in terms of a best case rather than a worst case scenario regarding the users they receive. I then go on to my other concern. So I'm worried about the number of users being placed in each home and the caregiver to user ratio. Again, I've agreed that the NGOs are ready, based on the user load of established NGOs, that they are within official standards set out by the Directorate. So this is part of the service level agreement. And that the NGOs cannot survive financially if they reduce the number of users. So here's the problem, is that because the subsidy is so little, the NGOs they need to have a certain number of people in order to survive financially. They've got to pay their staff, they've got to buy food, they've got to pay rates and taxes, they've got to comply with municipal requirements to run a business. So there's a whole lot of registration of that NGO and the rates and taxes of those businesses. So to be able to be viable, the numbers of users they end up taking is more than what they probably should take for the illness, for the level of need and care of the person. But they can push up to the limit of the bylaws for how many people can live in a house. So this was really a concern, and I had raised this actually on visiting the NGOs. I said, but you can't have beds in the dining room. And they said, yes, but we need to have this number of people in the NGO. Okay, because otherwise we can't financially survive. So,
sorry, Prof, just when you say you raised it, with whom did you raise it?
this was at one of the NGOs when we were just checking the NGOs, and I was discussing it with my own staff and learning about it and wondering why and how it was working. Okay. So then I do write there, because I understand it's within the standards that have been set in the service level agreement, and that it has to be like that to make it financially viable. But my opinion is that these NGOs are overcrowded and there's insufficient caregivers per user. And thirdly, I'm very concerned the caregivers were not trained in mental health care. Most seem to have experience in home-based care for HIV/AIDS, and some have some experience in care for the elderly and people with and intellectually disabled. But this is not the same as caring for somebody with a severe psychiatric disorder. It's very different. The problem with severe mental illness is you might encounter more oppositional behavior, more provocative behavior. You're not just caring for somebody who wants care. There's a whole lot of other dynamics that occur. So I then attached 2 news articles. They must have been aware of them, but it was just to try and emphasize, and again, perhaps incorrectly so, we emphasized the potential violent behavior that we might get. And I attached 2 news articles, one of a doctor who had been killed by a person with severe mental illness who was on leave of absence from a hospital and had been deemed well enough to go on leave of absence from a hospital. And the other was of a nurse who had been killed by a patient in an inpatient unit, psychiatric unit. So the potential for violence is there, and we have naive young caregivers who are untrained looking after them in overcrowded facilities. So this is what I was emphasizing, the potential danger, physical danger there. And I pointed out that of those 2 news articles, the supervision in the NGOs was far less. So the structure in the inpatient psychiatric ward would have been more protective for the staff member, whereas here there was nothing for the staff member, should somebody become aggressive. So I think I said, I don't know what comment to make, just that I would like to distance myself from this situation. So I think at this point, for this letter, building on the previous one of the 28th, at these email exchange that had followed on, I really felt at this point that I just needed to be separate from this. I couldn't be any part of it, even though I did not want to be obstructive. So I reiterate that there's excellent care is given by NGOs, and this is related to the diligence of the carers and the NGO management. But they must understand that my signature on the clinical tool does not indicate that I feel carers are adequately trained or supported for the severity of illness of the users that they are caring for. And then I went on to the support framework for the NGOs.
And this is the same issues that were raised in your letter to your colleagues, what you've explained to the court.
Yes, exactly the same one. And I add in there a bit about caregiver burnout. So I think I'd had a bit more time to process and imagine what it would be like for these people caring for these patients. Many of whom are young women from impoverished backgrounds, taking a job for a stipend out of necessity. So when you have caregiver burnout, that was point 3, this has a negative impact on the people you're caring for, as well as yourself, obviously. But with burnout, one tends to become irritable, impatient, unfocused, and unable to concentrate.
What is the negative impact on the users?
So the problem is you would have somebody caring for you who's not concentrating, not focused, who might be irritable, who might react rather than, so if a user does something which is inappropriate, instead of talking them down or de-escalating an emotion, they might react to that emotion without thinking. So the same sort of problems, that we lose our control of impulsivity, we lose our control of irritability, we become tired, and we stop caring. So one of the features of burnout is that you lose interest in the job that you've got, and you've lost motivation, and you lose the ability to feel in that job. So you stop caring for the user.
And then you summarize your concern, and you say again that you're very concerned the NGOs are not adequately equipped for the severity of illness of the users that they will be receiving.
Yeah.
And you're concerned about also the welfare of the caregivers. And so here you were talking about the users. Which users are you talking about? Severity of illness of the users that they will be receiving?
I say at present, I do not believe we have adequate support psychiatric services in the community. I'm very concerned that the NGOs are not adequately equipped for the severity of illness of the users. That's the people with mental illness who are going to be placed at the NGOs. And that they will be
the users from Life Esidimeni.
From Life Esidimeni.
Okay.
So this is very specific to these people being discharged from Life Esidimeni, which differs from the usual route where people are discharged one at a time with preparation.
Right. Now, so this is a very lengthy email to Dr. Manamela. Did Dr. Manamela respond to you?
No. Did she respond? I don't think she did. I think she responded.
Maybe
Dr. Salabano responded.
Okay.
But I don't
just
think...
before we go to Dr. Salabano, at 37635. Do you see there's a response from Dr. Manamela? It's short.
Yes.
Says,
so this is not on this email from the 4th of May. This is about something else. This is because this is about the email from the 28th of April to my colleagues. So what happened is when I emailed my colleagues, Prof. Musa responded and just reasonably added and CC'd Dr. Manamela and his own mental health coordinator, because his response was wondering, now what have I heard about Takalani, because he wanted to look into it. So when he responded, Dr. Manamela saw that I had written to my colleagues and not to her, and she felt that I should have approached the directorate directly, and that I should not have. I think she felt I was being subversive, going to my colleagues instead of the directorate. And so I was at pains to explain that there was no intention to be subversive or impertinent. It was really because I was opening it with my colleagues. Their fellow psychiatrists were in the same department, and I was trying to get some, a discussion and reassurance. So this particular email of the 8th of May is because on the 3rd of May, I responded to Dr. Manamela, who had been upset with my writing to the colleagues, and I sent her the original email that I had sent to my colleagues, and I expressed a hope that she could understand that I had no intention to undermine her, and merely wanted to discuss my concerns colleague to colleague. And so her response on the 8th of May is to that. And she's reassuring me that there's no ill feeling. It's not, I don't think this was a response to the email of the 4th of May, which is more formal in its layout and actually more final.
But even if it relates to the 28 April 2016 meeting, this was the response you got. That's what you're saying from Dr. Manamela. Only this.
Yes.
And then the next letter, which was addressed directly to her, right, with that we've just gone through,
Yes.
and reiterating the concerns formally to her. So was there a response to that letter?
Not that I can recall, no.
Okay. Then you said a moment ago that Dr. Celebano did respond.
Yes. So Dr. Celebano, who I had CC'd on that letter.
Yes.
So he responded. I think if we can find that, that is, I've got it as 36807.
Correct.
So he responded and he said, because I had referred to Prof. Moose's email, so I was referring to the email chain following the 28th. Okay. He asked me to share with him the email from Prof. Musa, so he wanted more background. And he said, I am getting very concerned with what you are saying, that you want to distance myself from the situation. When we are a team, we work for a common purpose and clarify roles and rules as we go on. And that was what I was hoping for. I will wait for the email to understand it.
Okay, but this isn't a response to the
This is a response
detailed
to
concerns.
It is. This is a response to the 4th of May, the letter to Dr. Malamela,
Yes.
which said, started off with, as you realize from Prof. Moose's email to you, I have some concerns. So in a way, my letter of the 4th of May is also in response to her letter to me, wondering why I approached my colleagues and not her, and the other interchange.
Sure. My question is, can you tell us whether you got a response from Dr. Celebano, other than this response, dealing with the concerns that you raised in the letter that we've already gone through?
Nothing. No. I responded to him, and that is
I think it's a page about 36.
The page about 36806. And I've, as he requested, forwarded the email from Prof. Musa to me. And I reiterated my willingness to work with the department, my concerns, that that I was very anxious about it, but I got no response to that letter either. So I understood at that point that I would not be part of the project team and that there was no more communication.
Was there no more communication? No. Okay. So let me then move on now. So this is your concerns that were raised in detail. I want to move on to what happened, what the consequences were after all of this and these concerns. But before I do that, is there anything you want to say in addition to what you've said already about the process and the roles of the NEC, Dr. Malamela or Dr. Celebano in this process?
I think tensions are extremely high at this point. And there was, I think at that point, and actually after these letters, certainly for me, I just thought, okay, let me just get on with my work and put my head down and just do the work. What we did in SABC is we did not take 80 users. We stopped at 63 because we, at that point, said no more. We're not going to manage them. And they did listen to that. But that was the last I had until I heard on the news of people dying.
this
Okay.
was the cohort of users that went from Life Esidimeni had additional needs. Is
Yes.
that what you're talking about?
Absolutely, that we had not anticipated as so-called experts. We were thinking psychiatrically of what we see in our general hospital wards, our psychiatric wards, our psychiatric out. We were not thinking of people with severe epilepsy, or dementia.
Okay, so it was worse than you anticipated.
Much worse. Yes, they were much more frail and much more fragile.
Okay. So thank you, Prof. The next time you enter the picture here is when the Ombud was appointed to investigate the deaths. And he put together an expert panel, I believe. You attached a report to your affidavit, an expert panel report. It's at page 37829. Right. So it's called the expert panel report for health ombudsperson on the circumstances of deaths of patients at NGOs. This report, my lady, doesn't exist anywhere else on the record. It wasn't provided together with the Ombuds report. So it's only as an attachment to Prof. Robertson's affidavit.
Yes.
Prof, were you a member of this panel?
Yes, I was. what she had expected, how she felt equipped to handle with the people who she'd been given. And she had been motivated to do this, to respond to the call for NGOs, because she had had the experience of caring for an elderly relative with severe dementia. And she felt propelled towards using some of her nursing experience and her caring experience of her relative to care for similar people with similar illness. But she didn't get people with dementia. She got young men who have very often got comorbid substance use and psychotic illness. There were 40 who arrived there. The house, I can't remember how big it was, but maybe had 3 bedrooms, a typical ranch-style South African lower middle-class house. The beds went through the house and out in the garage, and out in outbuildings. There were just beds everywhere that we saw. I think there were a handful of people still there, and then the caregivers, 3 caregivers and the nurse, 2 nurses, I think. Her problem, she said, what she found the most difficult when I asked her what did she find very difficult about caring for these people was she felt she couldn't control them. And that sort of tells me that she really didn't understand what psychosis is or how to manage somebody with psychotic illness. And also that her facilities weren't appropriate for that because they were crowded. They were on top of one another. There was no privacy. And not only that, they could just walk outside into the suburb. So should any of them want to then have access to substances, and this is another area where we are not in control. We don't understand how to provide a service for people who use substances. We haven't worked that out in South Africa. So we have a tendency perhaps to almost criminalize them, but there was no way she could prevent somebody from going out and bringing substances into the NGO. And and if these were to trigger psychosis, there was no way she could have controlled that. So her biggest problem was that lack of control, from what I remember.
There was, during the arbitration, one of the deceased, the father of one of the deceased, testified, Reverend Mabwe, and he sadly has since passed away. But his son was Hendrik Billy Mabwe, and just for the record, my lady, it's docket 69.
Okay.
We don't need to go here unless the court wishes to go further into this. I just want to understand what you're saying to us in context a bit, Prof. So this deceased had psychosis, epilepsy, and HIV. And he died within 1 month of being placed at Bopalong Suleiman. So those conditions, is that the kind of comorbidities you spoke about? Complex,
Very complex
conditions.
Incredibly difficult to manage.
But what kind of care then would this person require?
So you've got 2 very serious physical illnesses. I think. I mean, we know mental illness is physical as well. We know the brain is physical organ and that neurotransmitters are, but we still think in terms of a dichotomy. So the epilepsy would have had to be controlled with anti-epileptic medication. But the something that's very interesting with people with epilepsy, we don't know the impact of the severe stress on the epilepsy. So we do know that there is an interaction between severe stress and more difficulty in control of epilepsy sometimes, not always, but sometimes. And then obviously the HIV, I don't know how severe the HIV was in this particular person, but that would need its own management with the antiretrovirals. And if there's any HIV-related illness, that would need management. We are aware that people with mental illness who have HIV are more likely to not adhere to the antiretroviral medication. We know that they have a high mortality from HIV and HIV-related illness, even when in care. They have a high mortality, and that might be related more to other less tangible processes that might happen. So people with severe mental illness have been shown now to have raised levels of pro-inflammatory cytokines. So we heard a lot about those in COVID, people with gluten 6 and tumor necrosis factor, those kind of cytokines are related to worse and more severe illness. So we know that people with severe bipolar disorder particularly are associated with these, and we're not quite sure why. So we've got 3, psychosis is extremely difficult. It's the most severe illness. It should really be called like a brain failure syndrome. What psychosis means is that you can't, it's very difficult to make your thoughts coherent, to be logical, to be grounded in reality. There's a tendency to lose touch with reality, to lose the thread of one's thoughts, to not follow on one's argument logically. So for somebody, and again, chronic psychotic disorders or illness is associated with problems in executive functioning and problems in the prefrontal cortex. So here you've got a young man with incredibly severe multimorbidity who needs close attention, assiduous attention all the time by experienced people. So should we try, and we do care for people with this kind of range of illness as outpatients in our community psychiatric services, but we try and spend a lot of time with the families. We make sure, we all with the NGOs discussing the management and the care. And we split the role of the NGOs, providing them with shelter, firstly, food, companionship, TLC, reassurance, making them feel accepted. And then our role in the clinic is the medication side. And we would try and train the carers, educate them on what each medicine does and how to give it. And the patient, the person, why they're on this medicine and not that medicine. So what we would have wanted from Life Esidimeni would be a period of time, perhaps. I don't know how long this guy was at Life Esidimeni, but often with our younger people, we need them to be there for quite a long period of time because it takes time for the psychosis to settle. You can start them on treatment and you might improve some of the symptoms, but you need the person to start thinking carefully about themselves, their meaning in life, where they're at. So this is what we would have wanted with the occupational therapists, with the nursing staff, and constant repeated consultations with Hendrik and with his family on what these illnesses do. How do they interact? How do the medicines interact? And then once he's ready to be discharged, we would then ideally want pre-discharge planning. Where to? What is the clinic called? What doctors would he see there? What medicines? And we wouldn't leave that person. We would want to follow them up closely after discharge. Are they still okay with the medicines? Because your mood changes when you're in hospital to when you go home. And suddenly, you're with a different crowd of people. You're no longer with other patients, you're with your old friends. And we need to just see what are the different, how is he coping with that? How does he cope with the stigma of having a mental illness once he's in community? So it's a massive adjustment.
Thank you. And you said then you also visited Tsepong. So can you describe the,
So Tsepong was, it was an old TB hospital.
Yeah.
So it was a hospital environment, not a community-based environment. It was more remote, as a TB hospital used to be standalone, similar to psychiatric hospitals, and people would be removed from society, similar to people with mental illness. So it was from that kind of model of care. I'm not quite sure. I think whether, but it felt derelict to my eyes, and I walked in, and they had received, I think it was something like 87 people in one day. There were 14 nurses at that NGO, and they had taken receipt of over 80 people with a complete mixed bag of illness and disability. So they had a range, and as I was talking to the manager, in actual fact, somebody came in, one of the people who had been transferred there, who very clearly and obviously had chronic, treatment-resistant, end-stage psychosis. He was not going to get better from his psychotic disorder, and he had childlike behavior. And he came in wanting something, and she spoke to him, and she actually handled him extremely well. She understood immediately the way, the tone of voice, how to speak, what to do with the person, so that he didn't feel turned away or undermined in any way. And we chatted a little bit about how to manage people with such end-stage sort of psychosis. And then I did a walk around the ward, and there was one ward, and I realized that this was not the same. These were people that you saw, these little frail bodies, the outline and the beds, the covers on them, and nurses, they had the bed letter out and a trolley out, and they were going from bed to bed trying to work out who was on what medication, what were the illnesses, what to do with each person. So these were hospital patients needing hospital care, and these 14 nurses, or small group of nurses, were trying to give them physical hospital care, and at the same time trying to address the needs of somebody who has become rather childlike in the end stages of his mental illness. So this was, and she chatted about some of the difficulties they had, which was to access the clinic and to access physical health and mental health treatment from the clinic. They did not have adequate transport themselves. They didn't have appropriate transport to take people with the severe physical disabilities to the clinics. They had to use, I think it was an old car. I think I put quite a bit of detail actually in the expert panel report on that, because it was quite frightening. And then, of course, when you go to the clinic, you're one of a queue of many people. So again, you're trying to get the people back into the health system from outside the health system. Okay. Negotiating and competing with other people who also need to get into the health system for their illnesses.
Right. So this is in your expert panel report, and it's there for us to read. So thank you for just describing it for us. You also deal with in the expert panel report with patients who were transferred multiple times. Patients transferred from one NGO to another NGO, which we've also heard about in the inquest. Why did you look into this, and what were your findings? I think if I could help you to remember, it's in the expert panel report, it's at page 14, and on case lines, it's 37849.
Yes, right here. So it's at the bottom of that page.
Yes.
So we found when we went, this was, again, just looking at the circumstances of the deaths, that 45 people had been transferred from one NGO to another, and we just listed what we had seen. And it was worth listing because it just speaks to no preparation and chaos. There was no, if there had been adequate preparation of an NGO to receive people with a certain level of disability and what they needed to care for, you would expect the bed to be there waiting for them. You would expect the staff to be there waiting for them. And you would not want to move people like this again and again because they're frail, they're fragile. I mean, these are, it's just, you've got to think of what this must feel like to somebody who's got intellectual disability. And sometimes these are people with behavioral disturbance, and very often the behavioral disturbance among people with intellectual disability or with dementia is related to this feeling of stress and anxiety. People know that they don't have their own resources to care for themselves. They know they're dependent on others. And it's incredibly anxiety provoking when the people you're dependent on don't understand your needs. So a lot of the part of it might be some psychosis and other illness or mood disorder, but it's often that there's tremendous anxiety underlying the behavioral disturbance. Now, you can just imagine the absolute terror that some of them might have felt at having been placed. There was not a choice. They were not asked. They were discharged. They were not told where they were going. And then they go to one NGO, which is not equipped, and they get moved from that NGO to another NGO, where they can sense, they know that the people who are nursing them don't know what they're doing. I think we detailed this because we were quite horrified.
So these things that you're describing, this experience, destabilization of incredible stress and the change in who's caring for them, how does that impact on their health? I mean, what do we to make of it in this inquest?
Well, I think there's enough evidence to know that severe stress impacts on health, and it can be severe chronic stress and severe acute stress. And what we know of with mental illness is that probably a combination of the two. So very often people with mental illness have got histories of very severe early childhood adversity, and severe chronic stress with a feeling of helplessness causes, or the theory is that we have a rise in cortisol, your normal stress hormone. So what should happen if you've got acute stress? You're coming up for exams, and your cortisol rises, your adrenaline rises, and that helps you cope with the stress. It gives you the energy and the impetus to do it. However, if it's unremitting increase in stress hormones, it's dangerous to the body. So very often severe mental illness has a history of an association with severe early childhood adversity where there's been unremitting high levels of stress hormones. And this is part of the end and neurological interaction that happens. So what would have happened here is you've got an extremely vulnerable population, and you're now putting them under severe acute stress. So in the severe acute stress, you now secrete more cortisol, more adrenaline, more noradrenaline, and these start circulating, your heart rate goes up, all of your fight and flight responses kick in. So it happened just as it happens with everybody. And then, so this is going to take its toll on the physiology of that person, but their cardiac functioning, the mental functioning, the seizures, whatever it is, peptic ulcer disease, whatever comorbidities they have, it will take its toll, because you are putting out of balance the physiological state of the body and mind, which is what we're trying to keep in balance through our health interventions. So that's as simple as that.
Yeah, no, thank you for that. One of the deceased in this inquest was Virginia Makhura, and she's part of this group that was moved more than once and ended up at Precious Angels NGO. I don't know whether she was one of the 38 that you were looking at when you were doing the investigations. Are you aware of her condition? And was that one of the people you looked at? That one of the files?
I think she was. I think at the end of the expert panel report, I've got a list of the 38. Is that right? We spelled it slightly differently. We spelled Virginia Makhura, so that's 37880. Is there? She's number 30.
Just a second. 37880.
Yes, so that's the list of names of the 38 people in our that we had in the list that we focused the investigation around. And she is number 30.
Right. And what were your conclusions when you looked at that file?
So I can't tell you now immediately what I did in the panel report, or what we did is we summarized things. So we didn't go through and write the details of each and every file. So I wouldn't be able to give you that. I have only read Dr. Talatala's affidavit, which has got that in it, a summary of her docket. But I wouldn't be able to tell you offhand now how she stood out compared to the other files that we read through, because we kind of tried we read through all these files, we made notes on each one, but then we grouped together the information to try and make sense of it more as a group.
Okay. Maybe we can come back to that a bit later when we're looking at more details. But let's come back to that. So that part of your expert panel report dealt with that issue. You went on in the expert panel report to do a cost comparison. So we spoke about deinstitutionalization as a reason for this decision. But the other reason that has been provided is that it's too costly at Life Esidimeni, and so this was necessary to save costs. So you've done this cost your panel. Can you just explain to us this table at page 37851?
Yes, I've got that.
So what were you looking at here?
All right, so we got the cost. So the cost for Weskopje Psychiatric Hospital is 1,960 Rand per user per day. Of Sterkfontein, it's 1,386 Rand per person per day. And at Cullinan, it's 1,486 Rand per person per day. So we just worked out, so the users, they were from, at that point, we were working off the data that the Department of Health had given us from the directorate, and that was the only kind of formal report of data we had. So they said they had 2,200 users. This is before terminating the contract or giving notice. So it was costing them just under 10,000 Rand per month for those 2,000 odd people to be cared for. So we then worked out that per user, per person, per month, the diverse copies costs the Department of Health over 60,000 rand. And at Sterkfontein Hospital, over 42, so nearly 43,000 per month, per person. And at Cullinan, 46,000 per month, per person. The numbers that we've got there where it says MHCUs placed is also what we had at the time of the investigation from the data that the Directorate had. So they estimated placing, they said 140 adverse copies. So those 140 were now being cared for instead of at 320 rand per day. They were now going to be cared for at 1,960 rand per day. And this was planned. These were not the ones who were then later on removed from NGOs like Bopalong Suma, where they were then put into places like first copies in Sterkfontein. These were the ones they planned to move from Life Esidimeni to these hospitals. So the same at Sterkfontein, 77 at 1,386, and Cullinan, 141 at 1,486. And then they planned the remaining, or they believed they had placed 1,039 at NGOs, and the budgeted cost to the department there was 110 rand per day.
And okay, so the hospital care is more expensive.
Much more, yes.
And here you say that there are 1,039 of the total who were going to be moved to the NGOs.
Yes.
At 110 rand.
Yes.
Per user per day.
Yeah.
What does this mean for? Understand that the cost, but it's more expensive at the hospitals. But why would some be moved to NGOs and some to hospitals?
I have no idea. I don't know how they selected who moves to who, but we do know, and we did an analysis afterwards, a very conservative analysis, when we had got more verified data. That more, very few female patients were moved into the hospitals, the two academic hospitals. So we don't know how they selected who moves where. And it's also not logical, because what they were doing, Westkoppies and Sterkfontein are level 3 or even quaternary care institutions. They are highly specialized hospitals. They are, because they are teaching university centers, they tend to have more staff. And and this accounts also partly for the high cost of those two hospitals. So it makes absolutely no sense to move people who only require what we would call medium level care or level 2 care to a level 4, 3 to 4, stroke 4 hospital care. Okay. You're taking them from less intense to more intense care. You're also taking them, even though Life Esidimeni are standalone hospitals, they're possibly less restrictive in the environment than Sterkfontein. I mean, Sterkfontein, you drive in through security, there's barbed wire all around. It looks like an old-fashioned loony bin. So you're moving people back into that sort of setting. So that makes no sense, and we didn't get to the bottom of how people were chosen or selected for which destination.
Okay. But there were those that went to the hospital would get a higher level care, and those that receive a lower level care. Okay. So just to continue through your report, I know that you did an analysis on the mortality rate, but you say in the report that it was based on the data at the time, and you attached to your affidavit a more thorough study, which is your annexure 2. It's the South African Medical Journal article. So, so I'm not going to deal with it in the expert panel report because it arises in your second report, and it's more appropriate for us to deal with it there, I think. So, unless there's something you want to say, I'm going to move over that. In this report, and what you do have is also an analysis of. So you're looking at all of this. You see how many are moved to the NGOs. You're looking at the cost. You're looking at the circumstances and the care, the staff, and all of that. And you to this table 8 on page 20 of the report, and 3786 on K. So, you know, you're looking at the different districts and hospitals. So on the one column, you've got the hospitals, and then you've got the districts.
Yes.
Because those were the districts where the NGOs were, right?
Yes.
And Tshwane sort of stands out. And then there's a comment, a letter from the Tshwane district director dated 20 October explained that none of the MHCUs transferred from Life Esidimeni to the Tshwane NGOs received medical examinations by the district health services having at the NGOs. What sense of this?
Okay, so the reason, so the district health services take responsibility for the clinical care of the people it's effectively. Mm. And what I think this district director is stating is he didn't have staff to do physical and medical examinations of people as they arrived at the NGOs. So when they arrived at the NGOs, remembering that these are lay people, possibly a part-time nurse or one or two nurses, you need to do a thorough physical and mental evaluation and understand and draft a care plan for each individual person. Mm. And as we've just gone through, Mr. Mabwe, with psychosis, epilepsy, and HIV, you would have to address all of that together with anything else that's not in that diagnosis, such as his own understanding of his illness and his own willingness or how he perceives the need to take treatment. So what I think the district director was saying is that they weren't able to do that. That was as simple as that.
There's just an interruption.
I don't know what's happening there. Please mute yourselves. Yes, continue.
Okay, so I mean, okay, so no examination, that would be medical examinations by doctors, and it would mean that, I just want to understand the picture. We take the example of Bophelong. Oh, let's take Tsepong. He's 87 moved on one day to Tsepong, and then there's no medical examination. What is
the nurses would have had to go through? So when what we found in Esidimeni is people arrived at the NGOs, I think they had, sometimes the medicines were all in one packet. So they would have had to go through all the medicines, work out who was on what medicines, how often each person needed that medicine. They would have had to work that out. They needed to get prescriptions because the nurses aren't authorized to prescribe above Schedule 4. So they would have had to do that, and they would have had to do, you would need a physical exam. So you would need to see how frail the person is, if they're vulnerable to bed sores, how often they need to be turned, what is the nursing plan, the feeding plan, if it's severe mental illness, such as the older person with severe end-stage chronic psychosis, you would want to make a plan which allows for some recreation, how to keep them occupied in the day, what to do, so it would be more of an occupational plan, therapy plan. If it's a person with dementia who's bedridden, it's a plan, a lot of it's nursing and feeding, the nasogastric tubes, what feeds are needed for optimal nutrition, and how to provide appropriate nursing, and how to make sure that you don't get sepsis and infection. So all of that would have had to be done. It's immense. So they would have got variation, and this again, I don't know exactly how the referrals came to Sapong, but I do know how we got them in Esidimeni, and they were highly variable. So sometimes we had patients at the NGOs who had no discharge summary, we didn't get any of the mental health forms. So our doctors were having to take histories from the patient as to the illness, their comorbidities, their medicines, and to work with the carers in the NGOs as to how to make a plan for them. And essentially, and I give credit to our nursing staff and our mental health manager, because they pulled out all the stops. They ran around the NGOs. We made sure, as we see them at our clinics, we deliver a service from various primary care clinics. So we made sure all of the patients as they arrived was taken to the primary care clinic, that the doctor could go through everything. The family physicians came in, medical officers went to the NGOs to examine them, to make sure we were on top of the diabetes, the epilepsy, the HIV meds, whatever it was. It was an enormous amount of work for 63 people. And I don't know, and I do remember actually some of our doctors complaining to me that they had to go through 30 new patients in a day to try and work out what was going on. So what we did is we brought them back. We bring them back. You do an initial screen, you bring them back. You don't try and do everything at one appointment. And you kind of screen, work out, and triage and screen and educate and keep on top of it like that. But it's muddling your way through the piles of medicines that people were on. So I think Cullinan, I don't know, it was actually another conversation I had with the pharmaceutical directorate, because they went to Cullinan to help Cullinan to try, and this is in the director of pharmaceutical services, people there went to Cullinan to actually help them to sort out the medicines of the people as they arrived and to work out what to do. So, sorry, I'm just remembering the conversations that I had at the time with different people who got involved. So not having a care plan means that the NGOs themselves would have had to work it out themselves. So they would have had to go through, so Bopalong Schumann received 3 months supply, I think, of medicine for each user. So they got a lot of medicine for each user, but they would have had to go through each packet of medicines, worked out what and who was getting what, and what all the multiple morbidities were, and how to administer it.
So what would be the impact of patients not receiving their medication then because of the...
I mean, so acute impact with the epilepsy is that they would relapse and have seizures. That's an obvious one. The psychosis tends to relapse. It often takes a little bit longer, but in a highly stressful situation, the psychosis might occur much more rapidly. In fact, one of the problems with chronic psychotic illness is that it can relapse even when you don't stop the medication, just under a stress or might trigger a relapse, even when you're on medication. So that the psychosis could relapse, the epilepsy would relapse. And then in terms of other conditions such as diabetes, I mean, if you don't know what medication you're taking, or they don't know, depending if it's type 1 or type 2 diabetes, you would have an acute or a longer term complication. And obviously HIV as well would tend to unfold as you have no medication.
Right. You use, it seems to me like a summary, which I'd like to just take you to in the report at 37864, page 29 of the report, 37864 on case line. Below the table, you say the 5 main characteristics of the NGOs were identified that could have contributed to or prevented the deaths of the 38 patients. And then you say these were as follows. And then you list 6 characteristics, not 5. And it's there for us to see: lack of skills and experience of NGO staff, the type of patients selected for the NGOs, lack of preparation of the NGOs, lack of suitable infrastructure in the NGO, access to healthcare, financial stability, and rehabilitative programs. You go on in the report, the panel goes on to unpack that a bit. It's there for us to read, so I don't think it's necessary to go through the detail. But if you have any comment on these characteristics and the contributing to death, then please do say what you want to say about it.
I think they speak for themselves, and so what I've said so far. I mean, I did say contributed to or prevented. So if we have all of this, we might not have had so many deaths. So if they have the skills and the experience, and very importantly, access to appropriate health and mental health care,
yes,
we may and have prevented that. And the financial sustainability is obvious. You can't keep staff if you can't pay them. And I think later I spoke when I went to Sapong, she actually had taken a loan to pay her staff because the money had not come through. So that 110 rand per user per day had not yet come through. So she was in debt because she felt responsible for the NGO and the care that they could provide. So it becomes impossible to provide care. And it again speaks to the burnout that I spoke to before. The chronic burnout is really chronic, poorly managed stress. Yeah.
Yes, just before you proceed, there was this point that you raised in the previous page. Is that will be 37851. Let me just quickly go there. So, 851. Just bear with me. No, it's not here. I think that without even going to that page, that's where you mentioned that most of these users who were transferred from Life Esidimeni to the NGOs, they were not medically examined. Yes.
Yeah. Sorry, my lady. Yeah.
Yes. What would be the consequences of that?
All right. So these were the.
Prof, sorry, just before you proceed, my lady, I think you're referring to 37861.
Yes, 37
861.
Yes.
Sorry, Prof, to interrupt. Please go ahead.
Yes. So this was specific to the people moved to the NGOs at Swane,
Yes.
and it was specific to a letter from the district director of Swane.
Yes.
And in that he explained that they had not been doing medical examinations by the district health services on arrival or after arrival at the NGO. So that is what I'm saying is, even if they had a medical examination before leaving Life Esidimeni, you need to do one at the end point where they arrive to establish what we call a care plan. And the care plan would involve the doctor, the medicines, the nursing care, the allied health care involved in that for that person. So the fact that his district health services were not able to conduct medical examinations after arriving at the NGO means that they could not form a proper medically informed care plan for each person.
Yes.
It would have meant the NGOs themselves, with their own staff, who, as I said, are mostly lay people, would have had to determine their own care plan and the risk of illness or vulnerability would not have been assessed in a medical manner.
Yes. But the impact thereof with regard to these people now who have received them in relation to now administering the medication. I'm just imagining if you can just enlighten us on that.
So we don't know for certain how much medicine got muddled up. But we know that people had seizures, that they aspirated food because of the seizures, they demised from it. So if that medicine had not been given and continued properly, the impact would have been relapse especially of seizures and of psychosis. And diabetes would have been the most obvious and emergency conditions which would have occurred. And then longer term relapse of other conditions which might not have presented immediately as an emergency, but would have been very detrimental to the person's health. So not having a proper care plan means that there's no information for the carers as to what medicines each person should have had at what time and in what doses, other than what was maybe written on the box.
Thank you. Ms. Asim, you may proceed. I see it's now 2 minutes to 1 o'clock.
My lady, this would be a good time for me to take a break.
Yes, Professor, we're going to take a lunch adjournment now. We'll resume at 2 o'clock. You are warned. Thank you, as I did before. Thank you, court agents.
Thank you. As it pleases the court.
As you lady.
Please, the court, lady.
Yes, court, please.
As a court pleases.
We have now reconstituted. I don't see the witness. Professor, you are reminded that you are still under oath. Thank you, Ms.
lady.
Hassan. You may go ahead.
Thank you, my lady. So, Prof, we're dealing with the expert panel report. I just have a couple more things to cover or to ask you about in this report for you to explain to us. And the first is at page 37855, page 20 of the report. There's a figure called figure 7, frequency of diagnoses.
Yes.
Can you explain this table to us?
Yes, so this is really the clinical diagnoses, the working diagnoses that we saw in the files of the 38 people that we focused the investigation around. And so what you can see immediately is that there was a lot more than 38 diagnoses. And so that points to what we call multimorbidity. People generally had more than one diagnosis. So the most frequent diagnosis was moderate to severe intellectual disability, which is at the top and had been diagnosed in 18 of the 38, followed by a severe mental illness, and that's generally a chronic psychotic disorder or bipolar disorder, but usually the bipolar disorder, which gives rise to psychotic features in these people needing this level of care. And then the third one was the major neurocognitive disorder, and that's dementia. So following those are conditions like epilepsy, cerebral palsy, hypertension, type 2 diabetes, hypercholesterolemia, which would predispose somebody to more cardiac disease, musculoskeletal conditions, arthritis, essentially, and various forms of arthritis. Major depressive disorders, coming back to mental illness, was diagnosed in 2 people, HIV/AIDS in 2 of the 38, the cannabis use disorder in 1, venous insufficiency had been written down for 1, and one of them was blind.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Am I at the correct page? 37885.
37855.
55. Yes. Thank you. You may proceed.
So what we've got here, I don't think I read the total number of diagnoses, but I think over the page I've written that six people had a single condition, one diagnosis, but 17 of the 38 had 3 or more diagnoses. So for example, the guy who was blind, I remember reading his file, and he also had cerebral palsy. And he had been at Life Esidimeni for many years. And it just struck me what it must have been like for somebody with cerebral palsy and who was blind to be moved around from place to place. So that's really all that graph shows, is that the type of diagnosis and the fact that there was a lot of comorbidity.
And you've already said that the comorbidity and this multiple comorbidity makes it a complex.
Yes.
Makes it it's complex and requires skill in managing and caring for.
Yes.
Okay. And then lastly, at page 37858. Which is page 23 of the report. You just wait for the judge.
Yes, I'm there. Thank you.
So this here you deal with this under this section with causes of death. And you've, again, there's a figure 9 here. And can you explain how you were able to diagnose these causes and what this table means?
Yes, so we first looked for death certificates to see what the diagnosis on the death certificate was. So these are the direct cause of death, the immediate cause, what finally causes the heart and the lungs to stop. Okay. And these are taken partly from death certificates, but also from clinical records. So we used as many, whatever notes we could get, actually. So we used clinical notes, death notices, and we actually got information from Stats SA as well on what had been submitted to them. So the notes, and I do remember this, for example.
So this you said you also got information from Stats SA.
Yes, I think that was partly from death notices. And that was through the Ombuds office. He made inquiries through his office to try and find whatever information we could get of the actual cause of death on the day of death, if you like.
Yes.
Okay. So, for example, some of the notes were for people who had died at Precious Angels. The notes were written by people who were lay people. They were the lay caregivers. Or the notes were written, or there was a note written by the emergency medical services who had been called there, but the person had already died. So often the found dead was at an NGO written, and that was a note written by somebody from EMS, from emergency medical services, after being called there. Whereas other notes were written from the hospital. So for people who had died in hospital, we had more detailed notes to go by. So what we can see, what we found in that 38 is 7 people, we had notes of uncontrolled seizures as a direct cause of death. Sepsis as a direct cause of death in 3.
What is
renal failure in 2.
Sorry, Prof. Lona, what is sepsis?
Sepsis is just, so it's a little bit of a general term, and it speaks to infection, systemic, to any kind of infection. So when you see a word like sepsis, you realize that sometimes a person might be rushed into hospital and they die in casualty, and you don't actually have a definitive diagnosis, but you can see that this person was septic, that there was some sort of infectious process going on, and the person might just write sepsis in the notes. The renal failure was written down in the notes for 2, cardiorespiratory illness for 1, stroke for 4, pneumonia in 8, dehydration for 3, diabetes in 2, aspiration in 2, found dead was 12, and there were no notes at all. We couldn't find anything in 5. And then somebody had written low sodium, which might indicate dehydration. Or something else going on. And somebody else had written acute gastro. So some of these might mean similar things. Renal failure, dehydration, low sodium might all overlap. But what we did here is we basically tried to write down what the person had what was written in the notes.
So how would you describe these as natural deaths?
Yes, these are natural deaths. Yeah.
And when we talk about natural deaths, explain to me what your understanding of natural death. Maybe we.
Okay, so
Yeah.
I just want to check, also explain, because there's more than 38 diagnoses, more than 38. I can
Okay.
share. So again, similar to your diagnoses, we wrote down what had been written as the cause of death, and in some people there might have been more than one direct cause of death. Okay, or one. These are clinical estimates of what is the cause of death. Okay, so it's a
Okay.
clinical impression, and that would be why there's more than 38. So natural cause of death, so we kind of divide up, and I think this is in our mortality stats in the country, they divide deaths as unnatural and natural. And a natural cause of death is really a death which occurs as a result of illness, as opposed to a result of trauma or violence or road injury or suicide or yeah. Okay, so an unnatural cause of death is when it's inflicted upon the body from an outside source. A natural cause of death is a physiological process which results
Just
in
go
death.
slow so that we can understand.
Right.
The explanation of this natural and unnatural causes. Just go through it again
So
for the sake of others.
A natural cause of death is that there's a physiological death is a physiological cause. So it's coming from the body's mechanisms. The body's own mechanisms of survival have failed, essentially, through whatever reason, dehydration or sepsis or whatever it is, or diabetes.
So this is as a result of an illness.
Yes.
Yes.
An unnatural cause of death is when it is a result of an external force.
Okay.
So it's injury, usually.
Okay. And in the case of the found dead, you can't really say much about it.
Well, no, you can't. And the same with no notes. We just know that the people demised, they were found dead in the bed, actually. You could see the notes. Somebody wrote there that they had gone to bath the patients and found them dead. So it's assumed to be natural in a sense, because there's been no clear link with an external force. Nobody's actually gone and shot the person or beat them to death or something.
Yeah.
They just died. The body failed. Its mechanisms of survival failed.
Right.
Okay, so they died and they were found dead without any obvious trauma, immediate physical trauma.
But so we've been hearing in this inquest, this question of natural versus non-natural has come up. So it's what we're trying to understand.
Yeah.
You know, there's been so the view is that the mental health care users who died in NGOs died of natural causes. So if you die of pneumonia, it's a natural cause, right? It can't be attributed to, I mean, how does one understand how the pneumonia comes about? And is it relevant to this inquiry?
So most of us die of natural causes, right? And when we seek help from the health system, what we're usually doing, what we want is for an intervention which delays or prevents mortality at the basic level. And we usually want an intervention which alters the natural course of the disease in order to improve our quality of life. So somebody goes to the doctor for treatment of diabetes, they want that treatment to A, be able to live a normal life, and B, prevent complications of diabetes and related complications, secondary complications of uncontrolled diabetes. So you want to improve your longevity and your quality of life through a health intervention. So you are, in essence, with every single health intervention, you are intervening with the natural course of a condition. Now, with these if we don't intervene and we don't prevent and we don't treat the illness, then you will allow that illness to take its natural course and you will accelerate the person's mortality. You will worsen their quality of life, or allow the worsening of quality of life and accelerate the mortality so that you have premature mortality. Okay. So what happens here with people with these kind of conditions, so if we go back to the multimorbidity, the diagnoses, what you see here is you've got severe intellectual disability as the most frequent diagnosis. Now, nobody writes severe intellectual disability as a cause of death, but it's what the person lives with. That's how they've got it. Now, if you don't intervene in social and health measures, that person with severe intellectual disability is vulnerable to dying from another cause, pneumonia, TB, whatever it is, dehydration, okay, depending on the circumstances in which they live. So a person with severe mental illness, again, more vulnerable to dying from related causes. So it would be, especially as somebody with, so very, very rarely do you ever see somebody write schizophrenia as a cause of death. It's nearly always going to be a pneumonia or uncontrolled diabetes or something else, which is a result of the person's living circumstances and lack of access to health care, which is linked to the mental disturbance, the mental illness of schizophrenia. So if people with severe mental illness, because they have, well, there's incredibly high stigma around it, they are often ostracized in society. Because the disability is what we call a psychosocial disability. So it's related to how they express themselves, how they ask for help, how other people understand them, how they perceive the need for physical health care, what their impressions are of what a health system is doing to them or for them. So if you neglect the person with schizophrenia, you are likely to hasten their mortality, to accelerate the mortality. But the mortality isn't going to be from the schizophrenia. It's going to be from complications of an impoverished lifestyle and other related conditions to that illness. I don't know if I'm making that clear. Cerebral palsy, so another one. I mean, that person with cerebral palsy, so somebody who's got a common multimorbidity would be intellectual disability, cerebral palsy, and epilepsy, and then some behavioral disturbance. So with the behavioral disturbance comes the pushback from society. We don't need you. We don't want you around because you're a difficult person. So very hard for this person who's got intellectual disability, who's perhaps got a hemiplegia or something from the cerebral palsy, and has epilepsy, to access proper care for the epilepsy. They can't get it because they don't have their communication is often affected, the way they express their health and the way that other people receive them and understand them is affected. So what we have to do for people with these kinds of disabilities is we have to create an environment which supports them so that we can treat the physical health conditions appropriately. Okay, so they can access their health care in a manner that is appropriate to their level of disability. So that again, epilepsy itself wasn't written there as a cause of death, but uncontrolled seizures are preventable. And somebody who's got epilepsy, who's been on treatment where you've had medication, they should not be having uncontrolled seizures. So that is a highly preventable cause of death. Sepsis, again, the same thing. Somebody who's got a dementia, who's bedridden and is vulnerable to developing bed sores, and they become septic, that person won't cry out for help because they've got pain from the septic bed sore. They're not going to demand the care and recognize this bed sore is getting worse, I need care. They are reliant on the staff member or the nurse in care to recognize that there's a bed sore developing. We need to massage the area, we need to turn the person, we need to change their position, we need to care for them to prevent the sepsis occurring. Okay, so the cause of death might be sepsis, it's natural, but it is preventable. And it's got to be prevented. You know, the level of prevention that this goes back to the care plan we spoke about. You have to draft a care plan which takes into account the level of disability in that person, so that the care plan addresses the ability of the person to request help, to alert the staff member to a problem. And if that person can't, then the care plan must say, you need to observe that person frequently. You need to go and check on them and watch them. If a person has severe cerebral palsy and a swallowing problem, you need to check when you feed the person that they've swallowed appropriately. They can't be fed lying down. They must be sat up. So that would go into your care plan. That would be part of the nursing plan. If you feed them lying down and they've got a swallowing problem, they're going to aspirate. If you aspirate your food into your lungs, it becomes infected and you develop a pneumonia. So this is common garden basic nursing, actually. But this is possibly explaining that a natural cause of death, a natural death is not necessarily an unpreventable death. And the whole purpose of a health system is to prevent unnecessary or premature death, and also painful death, to prevent loss, all of loss of function, loss of quality of life as well.
Yes.
Thanks.
Yes, thanks. I think we get that. One of the things, well, let me move on now to your second annexure, and that'll help me with the next point. So your second annexure to your affidavit is an article. It's at page 37881. And it's the title is Mortality Analysis of People with Severe Mental Illness Transferred from Long Stay Hospital to Alternative Care in the Life Esidimeni Tragedy. I have read this, obviously, as most of us would have by now. It's quite detailed, and one of the things that we've also been told in the inquest is that it's normal. The deaths that happened in this process were normal. So my understanding of this report suggests otherwise, but I need you to explain to the court what you were investigating in this study and what your findings were. And yes.
Okay, so
I might need to explain some things a little bit more slowly for those of us who need it.
Okay, so we did this study actually really just to confirm to ourselves, in fact, that our assumptions were correct, that what we thought was true. And what we found is when we did the investigation was really limited by the lack of data. The data was inconsistent throughout. It was very, very hard to know what happened because of the poor documentation. So what happened is that the Ombudsman actually had he had requested the Department of Health, as part of understanding and planning and addressing the situation, he said they've got to collect the data accurately. And I think it's the monitoring and evaluation. I think he said there was a data verification team set up within the Department of Health of Gauteng.
This was after the expert panel report. This is
everything. It's actually it was after the release of the Ombuds report. I think might have been during the Life Esidimeni arbitration hearings that we conducted this.
Okay.
So it wasn't going to change the report, actually, but it was going to try and help, in a way, help us get a more objective understanding of what happened. So the data verification team was busy. They were getting data and trying to work out exactly who went where and what happened throughout. So this was the data we worked on, was the data that they had collected, and trying to verify it and make sure it was as true as we could have. And so what we do, I don't know if it would help or everybody's got it in front of them, but if we go to the second page, so 37882, and if you have a look at table 1 on that page, and it says on that table the cohort of patients transferred between October 2015 and June 2016. Now, this is the data that we received. And what we have in that data is that 1,442 people were transferred from Life Esidimeni to either an NGO, Cullinan, Sterkfontein, or Westkoppies in that time period. Okay. So we're looking at the transfer to alternative care facilities. So we didn't include the people transferred home in that cohort. And we didn't include people who were transferred from one place to another in order to make space. So I think at Cullinan particularly, some people were transferred from Cullinan, I think, to Angkor Centre in order to make space for people to come in from Life Esidimeni. We did not include those. So when you talk about a cohort, we're talking about a defined group of people, and we included those transferred between the date to October 2015, because that is after the announcement of the termination date, and end of June 2016, because that was the end of the marathon stage of the project. That was the last transfer.
Sorry, Prof, just for clarification. So the total number transferred is 1,442.
Yeah.
Weren't there more patients at Life Esidimeni?
Yes, but I think if you read through the expert panel report, nobody actually knew how many patients there really were. So there were more, but this is the data we've got from the data verification team between those two. Okay. Now, there were more before October. There were some transferred out before October. We didn't include them because that was before the announcement of the termination date, of the decision to terminate. And we didn't include those transferred home to families.
So,
okay.
So it was those that you could be certain of.
Yes.
And
yes.
So it's a conservative analysis.
Yes, it is, and yeah, we were quite strict about the time frame that we were looking at. So we as I said, we weren't including any. You know, when you look at those letters in April, there were people being transferred already then. We didn't include them. Okay.
Okay, got it.
Oh, no, sorry, those were in April 2016. Okay, sorry. But the first letter in June 2015 Yeah, there were numbers from Life Esidimeni and the Directorate which go back as far as that. And actually, when we did the investigation, we realized nobody actually knew how many there were. Because in September 2015, they had already closed Witpoort. They had terminated that. Those people had been moved around, and social development had contracted them for that. So we've got a cohort of people, 1,442, which were verified. Okay. We had a look at the number of men, the number of women, and we can see that approximately only a third were female. Or actually, less, a quarter were female, because it's 387. And then the table 2 just tells us the kind of numbers transferred each month, according to the data verification team. So this is the most reliable data we had at all throughout the investigation. So October, there was 10 going to CCRC or an NGO, and 1 to a psych hospital. And then you can see in May and June, just huge numbers being transferred out as the project had to end. What we did is we followed them up until the end of August 2017. And if you go to figure 1, which is the next figure, yes, beginning of that page, that just shows as they happened, as they were reported, the deaths as they occurred. So the first death was January 2016. And then you can see the deaths reported, and you can see the figure jump in July and August 2016, and then it tapers off. So what we found when we had a look at that, we related the deaths to the date of transfer, okay, after October 2015. We found that most deaths, 70% of them, occurred within the first 6 months of the user being transferred. And the first 2 months of the transfer was the period of highest risk. So in the period of time that we had for the study, we documented 131 deaths. At the time, the media was talking about 144 deaths from Life Esidimeni. And that's because they were including 13 deaths, which happened from internal movement between NGOs, but they were not of people who came from Life Esidimeni. They were of people who were already at Cullinan or at an NGO who were moved and who died. Their death was precipitated by that move. We did not include those 13 deaths because those 13 deaths were not from this cohort of people who were moved from Life Esidimeni to either Cullinan, an NGO, or an academic hospital. Okay.
Yeah, just to clarify, so those 13 were moved from internal placement, as you say. Where were they?
They were people already at one of the placements, at an NGO or Cullinan, and they were shifted to another one in order to make space for a new person to come from Life Esidimeni. And in that process of being shifted, and soon after that, they demised. Mm-hmm. Okay. Now, we couldn't conclude those because that's not part of this cohort, and we don't have a denominator for that. So we don't know those 13, what proportion of people were moved, how many. We didn't have that. So we have 131.
So just a second, if I understand you, you concentrated only on those patients that were from Life Esidimeni.
Yes.
As a result of the termination.
Yes.
Yes, you didn't concentrate on patients that were moved prior to the termination, or those who were moved not from Life Esidimeni, but from places like, I think we had the evidence that there were some patients who were moved from CCRC to the NGOs who later demised.
Yes.
So you didn't include those?
No.
Okay.
No. And we didn't include people who went home.
You didn't include?
People who went to their families.
Okay, on those who were discharged to their
Yes.
families. Okay.
So the next analysis, what we then did, so we engaged the assistance of a very, very senior statistician at Wits University.
Before you move off this, are you moving off figure 1 now?
Yes. Yes,
But,
I'd like to go down to figure 3, to the survival curve.
But how do you explain in figure 1 the spike in deaths?
In July and
July.
August.
Yeah.
And they actually started going up in June. So our explanation is from the rate and the pace of transfer. The numbers, the sheer numbers that were transferred. 42 in April, 831 in May, and 480 in June. And then the deaths happen in the first couple of months after transfer. So our explanation is that this is a reflection of the spike in numbers shifted out of Life Esidimeni in a rush, rapidly moved into NGOs, which were not well prepared. That's, yeah. All right, shall we go to figure? We could go to figure 2 first, actually, if you like, because it will help me explain it and perhaps just enlarge it so that, because you don't need to see the left-hand side. So what this is a Captain Meyer survival curve. This is a statistical exercise, actually. And what the statistician does is they start, you have a whole cohort. So on the far left of that graph at the top, you'll see the entire cohort starts at 1. So that's 100% of the cohort, 1,442 people. And we then conducted a comparison between men and women. And what happens is over time, so starting with the date of transfer. So this is not starting with a calendar date. But this starts with the date of transfer. We plotted, you look at the survival of the cohort of each group. So the top line is the survival of men over time. And the second line below that is the survival curve for the women who were transferred out.
And the time,
it's the days.
Axis is the number of days.
Yes. So if you have it, so just take 400 days. So for the first year,
before you, I'm sorry to interject. I see this. It's colored. There is a blue color and a brown color. If you can explain that.
Yes. So the blue color is the men.
Okay.
So that group of the cohort would be the 1,055 men.
Yes.
And the red color is the women. The brown color is the women. So that would start off as 387 women. You then have a death, so you've got 386 women, and another death and 385. So the curve drops with each death over time.
Okay.
So what we found is that at 400 days, so just over a year, after transfer, 92% of the men were still alive and 89% of the women were still alive. Okay, at 1 year after the date of transfer. And that you can see a difference on the graph, but then with the application of a statistical test, it was found that this was not a statistically significant difference. Okay. So what the graph tells you is that women tended to die faster and fewer of them survived. But the difference between the men and the women was not statistically significant. Okay, which means that there is a high likelihood that the difference could just be chance. It also
Come
could
again? There is a livelihood that the difference.
the difference between the men and the women could be chance. It could, okay. It also could mean something about the sample sizes and the duration of time and all sorts of other things. But effectively, you cannot say that this is a significant difference statistically. Obviously, for the people who lose their lives, it might be significant. But it's from a statistical thing, measurement, there's a likelihood that this is just chance. Okay, and this is given at the bottom of the figure. It says P equals 0.1. So we want that P value to be less than 0.05. So that's our threshold. If it's less than 0.05, we say there's a likelihood that this is not chance, that this is not an accident. If it's more than 0.05, we say this is most like there's a high likelihood this could be chance. Okay.
The P value is the confidence level.
The P, well, it's a measure of statistical significance. Okay, we'll do the confidence levels on the other table later. So if we go to figure 3, we did the same sort of exercise, a cumulative survival. But here what we did is, instead of comparing the sex of men and women, we compared those who went to the academic hospitals, which we know are much more highly resourced and have doctors and staff and well-equipped facilities 24 hours. And we compared the group who went to CRC or an NGO. Because
so again, for the court, there's 2 colors.
Yes.
The blue line is the hospital that was transferred to hospital.
Yes.
And the brown or red line is to NGOs or Cullinan.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And we included Cullinan with the NGOs because through the investigation, we found that there was a constant merging between Cullinan and certain NGOs. Anchor Centre, Siabadinga for starters, as well as the resourcing. Although they got some extra nurses, they didn't get doctors. They don't have 24-hour doctors on site. So we wanted to see, does the level of care make a difference? Could that be a difference? So if somebody, we also were aware that the people who were transferred to the Weskoppies and Sterkfontein, the planning involved there was much more intense than the planning and involved in the transfer of people to Cullinan or an NGO. So in other words, they were given proper handovers, they knew roughly who they were getting, they knew what day they were coming, things like that. So there was more preparation to receive the people. So on the left, we start again with the number 1. So that's 100% of the cohort, all 1,442 people. And we have the top line, the blue line, it's comprised of the 211 people confirmed to have been transferred to the hospital. And the bottom line, or the red line, is comprised of the 1,231 people who were confirmed to have been transferred to CRC or an NGO. And we start with 100% on the day of transfer of that person, of that. So you're not starting with a calendar date again. And what you can see is that, well, there were actually 4 deaths. By 400 days, there were 4 deaths out of the 211 transferred to Weskoppies or Sterkfontein. So that's 98% of the sample of that group had survived the transfer.
So that's the blue line?
At the top.
At the top. Okay.
The red line at the bottom, at 400 days, we found 123 people had died, and 90% of that group had survived the transfer so far at 400 days. And
Sorry, can you just repeat that again? Because
So
you said with the blue line, 4 people had died.
Yes, by 400 days.
By 400 days.
Okay.
So, and how many in the red line by 400 days?
By 400 days, 123 had died. Okay. Which equal to 90% of the cohort that went to CRC or NGOs. Okay. And then the same thing, a log rank test, a statistical test is applied to see, is this a meaningful difference or not statistically? What does it tell us? So if you have a look here, the p-value is equal to 0.00022. So very well below 0.05. So this is highly likely, extremely likely to not be chance. Okay. This is extremely likely to be related to the care received, clinically speaking, practically speaking, to the nature of the transfer and the care. And very, very unlikely to just be chance. Okay. Does that make, is that clear?
Yeah. Your conclusions then, so you analyze this, right, as the report goes on.
So we did a further analysis to be sure. Okay, so what we did in the second part of the mortality analysis, so this is just a survival curve related to the date of transfer. What we then did, if we turn over the page, but in fact, we might have to go back and forth. In table 3, we've got what we call a standardized mortality ratio. So what I want to take you to now is back to figure 1. I'm sorry, Council, if we go back to figure 1, I just want to try and help people understand this. So in a more standardized mortality ratio, we're comparing now all of the deaths in this cohort that occurred in 2016 to the deaths that occurred in the general population for 2016 in each age group. So we broke it down by age group to see if there was a difference. So we got the life table, the preliminary life table from the head of Statistics South Africa, Dr. Padile Shloka. So we were able to see the expected deaths for each age group for 2016 in the general population. And we were able to compare the deaths that occurred in this cohort in 2016 per age group. So that's why for the standardized mortality ratio, we only have 103 deaths. We don't talk about the full 131 because we've only included the deaths that occurred between January and December 2016. And we've included, because the first death was January 2016, we were dealing with the total sample of 1,442 people. And we've included all the deaths, including the 4 at the specialized hospitals, as well as those that went to the NGOs, okay, in this cohort, in this group. So in this table, what one can see is that for those people who were transferred who were aged between 20 and 29 years old, we had 5 deaths. So there were 5 deaths in that 20 to 29-year-old age group, and we had broken down the whole sample by age group, so you work it according to the number in the denominator for that age group would be the numbers transferred. We then looked at how many deaths are in the expected deaths in the entire general population of South Africa, for 20 to 29-year-olds. So what we found is that people transferred out of Life Esidimeni who were between 20 and 29 years old at the time of transfer were 11 times more likely to die than somebody of the same age in the general population. Now, if you have a look next to that, we've got a 95% confidence interval, and it's a very wide confidence interval. So it stretches from a minimum likelihood of 1.34, which would mean that if a 20 to 29-year-old in Life Esidimeni had been transferred out, the minimum chance of them dying related to that transfer and the care would be 34% higher, 34% higher than in the general population. But the maximum chance would be 21 times more. Okay, so you take a kind of medium number between them, and you say it's 11 times more, but the certainty might not, there's quite a broad range of certainty, and that's because the sample population, the number of people in that age group was very small at Life Esidimeni. So it's related more to the statistical analysis when you're dealing with a very small sample group compared to a very large sample in the general population. So we go up to the age groups. What you could see is for people who are aged between 40 to 49, their risk of death from having been transferred out of Life Esidimeni was 5.8 times more. Their mortality rate was almost 6 times more than what would be expected of that age group in the general population. And the range here is from 3.45, so that's 3.5 times higher risk at minimum, to 8 times more mortality. Same 50 to 59 years is 4.6, 60 to 69 years is 5.8. Now, the interesting thing is for the people who are more than 80 years old at the bottom, again, we have only 5 deaths. And here we have a mortality ratio of 2.3, but when you go to the confidence interval, it crosses 1. So we find that this is not significantly different to your expected death if you're over 80 in the general population. So almost the opposite extreme. You don't really expect people from 20 to 29 to die, but you do expect people from over the age of 80 to die. Okay. So for people over the age of 80, the transfer may not have hastened their mortality. We don't know, but it's not significantly different to somebody over the age of 80 in the general population. Okay. So what we then did is we found that overall the mortality ratio of the entire group was 4.9, so almost 5 times higher than in the general population, with a mortality ratio of just under 4, 3.9 for men, and 6.3 for women. So the women were 6 times more likely to die. And that's an age standardized mortality ratio, if you're taking an average of the whole lot. What this means is that we do know that people with severe mental illness have a higher mortality rate than the general population. But we expect that mortality rate to be double, to be 2 times higher, not 5 times higher, not 6 times higher than the general population. So this means that the mortality rate of this cohort, excluding people who died internally, excluding people who couldn't be located, and excluding anybody who died from others, but just this particular cohort, the mortality ratio was much higher than what you would expect for that age group or for people with mental illness.
And when I see that you looked at the international experience, how does this compare with what you found in the international examples?
Yeah.
of
So-
deinstitutionalization, obviously.
This is looking at deinstitutionalization. So there was some documentation from Italy, and I think the other one was Finland that we looked at. And they also found high mortality rates of people following deinstitutionalization. So they actually did it was more controlled. They had patient registries, they documented, and they actually followed the people up, and they documented a higher mortality rate among people who were deinstitutionalized into the community following their discharge. And I think but it differed a little bit from ours. So ours were all natural causes. Theirs tended to be much more unnatural. So suicide was much bigger, okay? And dying from assault. So people with mental illness are much more likely to die from being assaulted by others, okay, than the general population. So they had, I think in Italy, they had an overall mortality ratio of 4 compared to the general population. And in Finland, it was even higher. And that might be related not so much because of the high death rate, but because their general population is very healthy. But as I said, theirs was tended to be more from, it was slightly different. There was more unnatural causes. And I think it's because it was more, the population group that was deinstitutionalized tend to be more pure mental illness. So less vulnerable to the medical complications from epilepsy, from diabetes, or the other comorbidities. And dementia always has lots of comorbidities. So less vulnerable to that. It was just mental illness. So when they were discharged, it reflected their difficulty in accessing care, mental health care after discharge.
And your conclusion on
this analysis. So what has happened in Europe, and Brazil is another country where they've done this extensively, and they've really done it quite well, actually, is there's been a lot of research on what's needed to prevent mortality in people who are deinstitutionalized. How do we go about it? And this research is ongoing. But the general consensus and agreement is that you need to plan the discharge extremely carefully, and you need to plan the transition from one form of care to the other very carefully, very gently, to protect the person. And you need to make sure they can access appropriate care in the new destination after discharge or after transfer. So I think we do cite a health economics article where they actually examined the cost of deinstitutionalization in Europe by NAPFL. And their conclusion is that the community-based care is not cheaper. It's not a cheap alternative. It should cost the same. It's not like you can use a lower level of care because the person's no longer in the institution. The reason for pursuing community-based care is not as a cheap option, but as a human rights-based option. You're wanting to allow that person to have a fuller and more complete life and not be removed from society.
Right. And you to explain to the court in detail what would be required at a community level in order to
just a second. Just a second, Nelisiwe, please check if the recording hasn't stopped.
No, Judge, it hasn't stopped. It's still continuing.
Okay, thank you. Continue.
Yes, sorry. So you've already explained that, and that's why the policy itself said halt.
Yes.
The process.
Yes. But again, even in the policy, they're talking about the homelessness, the incarceration, the revolving door, because that's what we see. We actually don't see the deaths. that happen. So we haven't done what they did in Italy and Finland here. We didn't document since the 1990s. We have not followed up the process, watching the follow-up. We weren't as aware of it.
Okay, so your overall conclusion then, as after having done this study, are you able to say that this was excessive mortality in this process?
Yes. Yes, so that's the point of doing the standardized mortality ratio. This was excessive.
Okay,
For
so that
age-adjusted groups, this was excessive mortality. And this is compared to the South African population.
thank you, Prof. My lady, may I take 1 minute to confer with my team to see if there's anything else before I wrap up?
Yes, that's fine.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, unless Professor Robertson has anything to say or there are further questions from the bench, from our side, this concludes our examination in chief.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Prof, do you have anything to say?
Not that I can
Okay.
think of now. Thank you, my lady.
All right. It's now time for cross-examination. Can I just find out the team of Mr. Watbringle SC? Are there any questions for the witness, Mr. Martin?
Thank you, my lady. My lady, I do have a few questions. It relates to the assertion that this witness made where she says she was conned when she first did the inspections at the NGOs. I shouldn't go much further than that.
Yes.
As it pleases. Thank you. Dr. Robertson, if I heard your evidence correctly, sorry, just as an introduction, I appear for Dr. Selabana in this matter. You said that you did inspections at SABC. Was this in September of 2015?
So just hold on a second. I just need to go back to this. I didn't do inspections.
All right.
Okay. And it wasn't in September 2015. It was April 2016.
April 2016.
And I was given a clinical checklist and in a friendly manner asked to complete this checklist for NGOs.
Right, let's go back before we get to that level of detail. April 2016, can you tell me which of these NGOs this clinical checklist related to?
So we were sitting, when I was given this, at Anani NGO.
Anani.
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 All right.
And that was the first I saw the checklist, and I was asked to sign it. We had done a little walkabout at Anani.
Okay.
All right. And do you recall what that clinical checklist related to?
It was a checklist of approval. I don't recall what was on the checklist, and I don't have a copy of it, but it was a checklist related to the capacity of the NGO to accommodate people from Life Esidimeni.
Right. And you said in your evidence that when you received this checklist, you were taken aback.
I was.
Right. Why was that?
I didn't expect it. I was invited to go and have a look at an NGO. We walked around it. We chatted as we walked around, and I certainly didn't expect it at all. It was completely out of the blue for me.
Presumably you were invited to give your opinion as a psychiatric expert on the
I was invited to it as a psychiatrist in the district that I work in the district, yes.
And as a psychiatric expert, when you go to this NGO, surely it was not unexpected that they would want to hear your view on what you were
Completely unexpected. I am not trained or qualified to certify any building, any service.
Checklist.
Sorry?
Did you sign the checklist?
I actually did sign the checklist.
And to your
And that was what horrified me.
this checklist that you signed that made you so uneasy, was it inaccurate?
You know, I can't remember the details on that checklist. I remember my feeling afterwards that I had signed that it was okay for this NGO to take people from Life Esidimeni. I was off guard. I wasn't expecting it. And I realized afterwards, on thinking about it, how this was way beyond my scope of practice.
All right.
Okay.
So at the time that you signed it, it's presented to you.
Mm.
You sit there and think, I should not be signing this. I cannot vouch for the information that is in this checklist.
Yes, and this is why I said I felt con. I didn't say I was. I said I felt it.
Did you?
Excuse me?
You didn't have to sign it, did you?
No, I didn't have to sign it. But I would have had to push back. This was my head of department. I was just an employee. And I would have had to push back. And at the moment, in that instant, I did not think of pushing back. I did not want to be aggressive back. And it was afterwards that I considered it. And I realized what I had been asked to do.
As you sit here today, you cannot tell us what about that checklist you found objectionable.
The objection is that I was asked to sign a checklist that was being used to say the NGO was adequate to care for these people from Life Esidimeni. It was called a clinical checklist. It was only afterwards, when I went to the meeting on the 22nd of April, that I realized what use this checklist was being put to. I did not realize at the time it was going to be used to verify the adequacy of the NGO.
Can you go to page 36806?
368.
06.
Yes, I've got it.
All right. You say there this is now the letter that you sent to Dr. Selabano on the 5th of May of 2016.
Yes.
Right. If you go to the third paragraph.
Yeah.
Let's start at the second paragraph. You say, I do not wish to distance myself from the team, and perhaps my anxiety has arisen because I have only just joined it, and therefore I've been subject to a flood of information all at once. It is also that suddenly found myself commenting on the readiness of NGOs and have been catching up on the preliminary discussions with respect to this. I realize that the clinician tool, is that now the clinician tool that you're referring to, the checklist?
So when I responded, this was following my letter to my own colleagues, saying what I was very disturbed about. And I had another reply from Dr. Pack saying they had been asked to develop a checklist and they did not realize it was going to be used in this manner.
All right.
They had no idea.
Not
So
I
am referring to that.
Is that the checklist that you're referring to?
Yes,
that you're uncomfortable
because then it was called a clinician tool. Okay, because they had been asked to develop it for me to use, or for us to be to summon.
You write here, I realize that the clinician tool was developed for us to make a brief assessment, but it was only after going into NGOs, reading the memorandum of agreement and listening to different sides of workers, which I asked Prof. Musa to verify, simply because the NGO was in his district, that I started to realize the full implications of signing the document, should things not be as they seem on the surface. So at this stage, you're suggesting that you've now started coming to the conclusion that you shouldn't have signed it, somewhat later.
No, not. I came to that conclusion on the 22nd of April at the meeting, as I explained earlier, where they were discussing the readiness of the hospitals. And I realized they had high-level professionals examining buildings. And I had been asked to sign a checklist which had some things about the roof and the electrical stuff. I don't know what. But I can't remember the details. So then I listened to what was going into the development and that they were not going to be able to even use certain buildings that they thought they could use because of the infrastructure. That was when it hit me, what I had been asked to do, and I had done it.
All right.
Okay, unwittingly and unknowingly.
Let the witness finish, Mr. Martin.
Okay, so it was unwittingly, it was the manner in which I was asked. I was not given a thorough explanation as to what the document would be used for. It was brought out casually and I was asked to sign it. And it was at that meeting of the 22nd that I realized.
Can you look at the last sentence of that paragraph, Doctor? I have signed that there are adequate caregivers in an NGO,
Yes.
but I realize that no specific training is required of these caregivers. It is this point that I wish to distance myself from. You make no reference of the rest of the long answer you've just given me.
Excuse me?
You make no reference to the long answer that you've just given me about what caused your disquiet.
No, I had done that in my other letters.
Point that you have a concern with.
Sorry, excuse me, counsel. I had already said it in my other letters. This is a letter on the 5th of May following a series of letters. So I had already expressed my disquiet and what caused my disquiet. And this is not just the series of letters. It followed 2 court interdicts, multiple meetings, letters to the MEC. This was not new news. This was old news. My disquiet here was that I had signed something which I did not want to be taken for what it was being taken for.
Okay.
So let me just try and understand precisely what you're saying then. Are you saying that at the time you signed it, you did not realize that it would result in the transfer of these patients?
No, that's not what I am saying. I knew they were going to transfer the patients. And I was being asked to actually receive these patients as a doctor on the ground. And I knew that we could not cope with it. And I was asked to sign that an NGO had capacity to receive these patients without giving the full information. I did not have the full information as to who they would receive, what the conditions were, how many, none of it. So I found out only when I started to understand. It's not my job description to understand NGOs. I learned it on the job when we had to receive patients.
So you say you found out only when you started to learn about the NGO. So you found out later that
I found out
that concerned.
That was one NGO at Anani. My mental health manager, as I explained earlier, it took me to various NGOs to show me how they worked, how they operated. And I started to realize what's entailed in this.
Yes, continue. I think the point has been canvassed.
All right. Dr. Robertson, I've taken an instruction from Dr. Celebano. He instructs me that, number one, he did not con you at any of those inspections.
I just want to reiterate that I never said I was conned. I said I felt conned. I did not say he conned me or that I was. I said
Thank you. That is clear.
That he did not mislead you. And he also instructs me that it was not him who gave you the checklist, or at least he cannot recollect that it was him who gave you the checklist.
Okay, so my recollection of the incident was he was sitting against the wall. I was sitting opposite him to his right. Dr. Manamela was opposite me. My director was around, but I don't think she was in the room. I can't remember. He pulled out the checklist and he said, "Would you mind signing this?" Or something to that effect.
Thank you.
Dr. Robertson, I just have one more. I have one more question. This Anani, was it the only NGO that you were invited to do a walk around on, or were there more?
It was the one NGO I was invited to do a walk around together with Dr. Manamela, Dr. Celebano, Ms. Flahani. Okay. But I went to other NGOs afterwards with my mental health manager.
And those NGOs, which ones were those?
I think one of them was Solution, but I can't remember the different ones now.
The other one was?
Solution.
Come again?
Solution. It was called Solution. but I can't remember. I cannot remember them. I just know that I had, with my manager, signed 3 of these documents before I realized what the document was being used for.
Perhaps just to assist you, there's a list of NGOs that formed the subject matter of your later investigation when you were on the panel at 37848. Perhaps if you go there, it might jog your memory.
No.
Are you there?
37848. So this is the list of NGOs that came up in the investigation. Now, when I was asked to visit NGOs in Esidimeni district, I was being asked as a government employee to go and look at NGOs in my district that I'm employed to work in. So this was not part of the panel. And these NGOs on this list are across the province.
No, they are not in Esidimeni.
Solution is in Esidimeni.
Anani is also there at the...
Lapeng, Anani, yeah. And Kanana is in Esidimeni, but I cannot remember which ones I expressly went to in that week, apart from them.
Yes, please. Lady, I have no further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Modes?
My lady, I have a few questions.
Yes, Ms. Govender.
The questions relate to the correspondence exchanged or sent to the MEC, as well as the analysis on the statistics that Professor Robertson gave a short while ago.
Yes.
Might I proceed?
Yes, you can.
Good afternoon, Professor.
Good afternoon.
My name is Tanil Govender. I'm counsel for Ms. Matlangu, the former MEC.
Good afternoon.
Professor, you spoke about 2 letters that you addressed to the MEC. The first was on the 23rd of June, 2015, and the second was in October of 2015. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Now, you are, or at the relevant time at least, you were an employee of the Department of Health, not so?
Yes.
And are you aware of the protocol in the Department of Health when correspondence is received by the MEC?
This was sent, these letters were not sent as an employee of the Department of Health. They were sent from the South African Society of Psychiatrists. And yes, I sent them on behalf of the South African Society as public sector convener. And to my knowledge, the MEC's office is open to the public for people to converse with, to express problems with her.
Yes, I'm asking you a slightly different question. I'm aware that the letters were sent on the CESOP letterhead. I'm asking you, are you aware of the protocol when correspondence is received by the office of the MEC?
You mean how the office opens the emails or what they do with them? I'm not sure of what happened in her office, no.
Yes, all right. So I'd like to explain that procedure to you very briefly. And what happens is the correspondence is received, and once it is received, it is then on sent to the relevant official who must deal with it. That official might be the HOD, or in this case, because it deals with mental health, it would be the Mental Health Directorate, and that would be Dr. Manamela. Are you in a position to dispute that?
As I say, I do not know how the MEC respond or deals with the correspondence she receives.
Yes.
So.
Yes, all right. So you can't dispute that. Now, the MEC has testified here that this correspondence was on sent to Dr. Manamela. And as I understand it from your testimony, you say that you had not received any kind of response from anyone at the department. Do I understand you correctly?
Yes.
So you never received any kind of engagement from Dr. Manamela concerning these letters?
We were actually in constant engagement with Dr. Manamela. So the reason for sending the letters from the society is that at our quarterly meetings with Dr. Manamela and Mental Health Directorate, we realized that the lack of power she had, that there was no, we were not going to get through, and that this was beyond her. And this is why we decided as a society to go beyond Dr. Makhura. I, in fact, did have a meeting with Dr. Makhura. I think it was actually on the 22nd of June. We had a quarterly SASOP meeting, and I gave her a copy of the letter we were going to send to the MEC. So I didn't expect Dr. Makhura to send me an email response, because we had these quarterly meetings already with her.
Yes, Professor, I'm not asking about an email response. I'm asking if after sending off the correspondence to the MEC, whether Dr. Makhura engaged you on these letters or not.
We were in, I don't recall her engaging us on these letters. We were in constant discussions about the process of this and airing our concerns and in discussions with her, and they're minuted in our meetings.
Yes.
So, yes, we had further engagement, but it wasn't in specific response to this letter, and we were never given any kind of, even if it was via Dr. Makhura, any kind of explanation of what the MEC considered in the letter.
Yes. Now you sent two letters, as we say. The first was the 23rd of June 2015, and the second was the 30th of October 2015. You say you didn't receive a response from the MEC. Did you ever follow up?
No, I don't think I did. I didn't send a follow-up email, no. This was in the news. I thought it would be a matter of concern for her.
Yes, I think I've understand your answer. You didn't follow up. Now, let's talk about the statistics. Your last article that you took us through all those diagrams. Did you analyze the death rates of the mental health care users at Life Esidimeni and compare that to after the discharge?
We didn't. We actually attempted an analysis during the investigation, which I could take you to, if you like, but I can give you the reasons why we did not follow up on it. If we go back into the expert panel.
My apologies, Professor.
Excuse me?
Apologies for interrupting you. I just want to make sure that I understand you correctly. So you're saying you never analyzed the statistics of the death rates of the patients while they were at Life Esidimeni?
We were never asked to do that. So there's very good reason. So in the investigation, we got data from Life Esidimeni and we attempted an analysis to make sure, as part of the circumstances around the death. But the point was that the Ombud had not been tasked with an investigation of the death rates at Life Esidimeni. Nobody had raised it as a problem. The government, the Department of Health, had conducted regular audits. The Health Advanced Institute had also conducted an assessment of Life Esidimeni, and it had never been raised as an issue. And the Ombudsman's investigation was very specific about the circumstances of the deaths of the people transferred out of Life Esidimeni. So it was not within his mandate to investigate Life Esidimeni and the death rate there.
Okay.
We were never, when we verified the data of the people transferred out of Life Esidimeni within the mandate of the investigation.
Okay. I understand. Now, Professor, Ms. Matlangu testified that after the 36 mental health care users had passed away, when this was brought to her attention in September of 2016, Dr. Makhura had told her that this was not out of the ordinary, that mental health care users did have a high mortality rate. Now, since you did not analyze the death rates at Life Esidimeni when the mental health care users were residents there, I don't believe you'd be in a position to dispute that statement. Are you in a position to dispute what Dr. Makhura said?
Right, so there's two problems. Firstly, I don't know exactly what she said, and I don't know what she was referring to.
Apologies, Professor. My apologies for interrupting. Let me clarify, because I want you to properly understand my question. So when the 36 mental health care users' deaths were reported in September of 2016, Dr. Manamela told the then MEC, Ms. Matlangu, that this was not out of the ordinary. Now, that's what was said. So you don't need to concern yourself of what wasn't said or exactly what was said. This is the proposition that I'm putting to you. What I'm asking you is, since you had not analyzed the death rates at Life Esidimeni, I doubt that you'd be in a position to dispute the statement made to Ms. Matlangu.
Okay, so hold on a second. I think we're confusing things here. Firstly, when Dr. Manamela says it's not out of the ordinary, we have no idea what she was basing her fact on.
Yes, correct.
We know that people with severe mental illness have approximately double the mortality rate of the general population. And this is why we wanted to conduct that standardized mortality ratio to make sure. And we found it was excessive, way in excess of what you would expect. How many died at Life Esidimeni is a completely different issue. It doesn't, we were not doing a comparison to that. We were not asked to. I just wonder, though, if I could just take you to...
Before you go there, would the fact that had there been an investigation or a comparison of the deaths at Life Esidimeni, would that change your views in this report in relation to the death rate, the mortality rate that you've just referred to?
That would... No, because if that death rate was very high at Life Esidimeni, it would indicate either they did not look after the patients properly, or that the severity of the illness was really bad. But this was very, very vulnerable people. You wouldn't want to move such incredibly unwell people. It would be like moving people from one high care unit to another high care, or intensive care to intensive care. So we tried to do some estimate. We found a very crude death rate of about a half of what we got from the Life Esidimeni when we did it in the investigation. But we couldn't use that because we weren't certain of the data. So that's why it wasn't in the Ombuds report, and that's why we conducted the analysis. So had we found that people were dying at Life Esidimeni very soon after being transferred into Life Esidimeni, like what happened here. So firstly, I would have expected then there would have been an outcry long before, because like we've been contracting services from them for many, many years. So we would have known, say at Sterkfontein Hospital, every time we transferred somebody across to Life Esidimeni, that there's a risk of death if they were dying within 1 to 2 months of transfer. And we would be red flagging that as a major problem. The second thing is, if the death rate was happening so frequently and so high, we would have it would have become more. We would be more alarmed about the health, the state of health of the people at Life Esidimeni.
Okay, thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, my lady. But Professor, we are speculating, aren't we?
Can I take you to...
And I'm talking specifically about the death rate at Life Esidimeni, because you have said you didn't conduct that analysis.
We were never asked to conduct the analysis, and the Department of Health audited Life Esidimeni every year. They never found an extraordinarily high death rate. The 36 deaths, I would dispute this as being normal. If it was normal, why did it catch the eye of media? Why was Esteemed Kumalo horrified to find 6 bodies in a mortuary from one place?
Yes,
this was not normal.
Professor, so when Dr. Manamela said to Ms. Matlangu that this is ordinary on your analysis, that's factually incorrect, if I understand you. Yes. Let's go to page 37863 of your report, please.
37863.
Yes.
Now, in the second paragraph, you speak about the state of care of MHCUs on arrival from Life Esidimeni. Do you see that?
Yes.
Sorry, you were saying?
It's all right. Carry on, counsel. Sorry.
If I understand your report, this is the input you received from the NGOs. This is not your personal account of what took place.
Yes.
I see. I'd just like to read it into record for completeness sake. Other comments from the NGOs related to the state of care of the MHCUs on arrival from LE. In general, the patients arrived in a state of poor personal hygiene, hungry and with only the clothes they wore. Supplies of medication from LE were also inconsistent between the NGOs, with some of the MHCUs being transferred with a full month supply and others with only a week. So this is the feedback that you received from the NGOs during your investigation.
Yes.
Thank you, Professor. I have no further questions. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you. Mr. Piner. Yes. Mr. Mkhari, do you...
Yes, my lady, I was supposed to come
before Mr. Piner.
Before Mr. Pinar, but I just want to place on record that we have no questions for this witness.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, my lady.
Thank you. Mr. Piner?
May it please the court, my lady. Sorry, I've had a problem. Looks like I've picked up a stomach bug, but I request an indulgence, my lady, that I reserve my cross-examination till the cross-examination has been completed prior to re-examination by Ms. Hassim.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Van Bergen?
Thank you, my lady. My lady, considering the forewarning throughout these proceedings about comparative or comparisons between deaths arising from transfers and deaths at Life Esidimeni prior to transfer, I would request that my cross-examination stand over until all other cross-examination has been finalized, so that I can address anything that may arise from further cross-examination at the end before Ms. Hassim re-examines. So,
okay, thank you.
Mr. Pinar, in effect, I'm asking that I then cross-examine after him. As your ladyship pleases.
Okay, thank you. Then we have Ms. Mjerela. Is she there? Ms. Mjerela, is she there? I noticed that most of the councils are no longer attending
my apologies,
the proceedings.
My lady. I was just having a problem with my speaker.
Okay. Do you have questions for the witness?
No, no question,
Thank
my lady.
you. Ms. Foster? Is she there or? Melissa, was Ms. Foster there at roll call?
Yes, Judge, she was.
Okay, you can just check with her, or any of the colleagues can check. Mr. Sibara? Mr. Makani?
Good afternoon, my lady. We don't have questions to this witness at this stage. However, we reserve our rights.
Thank you. Can you assist in checking the whereabouts of Ms. Foster? Ms. Sibuko? Is she there?
I am, my lady, indeed, and I've got no questions for the witness.
Thank you. Ms. Ramaimela or Ms. Mahlapi?
May it please the court, my lady, we do not have any questions for the witness. However, we reserve our rights should anything arise.
Thank you. Ms. Walker?
As please the court, my lady, I'm standing in for Advocate Kota. She told me to inform the court that she doesn't have question for this witness.
Thank you. Ms. Maite?
May it please you, my lady, I do not have any questions for this witness at this point in time.
Thank you. Mr. Shabangu?
As the court, please, my lady, I have no question at this point. However, I reserve my right, my lady, should anything arise.
Thank you.
As the court, please, my lady.
Ms. Mboweni?
May it please the court, my lady. My lady, may I ask 2 questions of clarity to this witness?
Yes, if you have, you may continue.
Good afternoon, Professor.
Good afternoon, counsel.
My name is Lisa Mboweni, and I'm the counsel appearing on behalf of Nonyeba Sinelo. I don't know if you know her. Have you ever heard her name? So it means you've had no interaction with her.
No.
No. Yes, she's
not that I'm aware of.
Yes, she's one of the ladies who went to the NGOs to check the suitability of the NGOs for placement. So I wanted to find out if...
Okay, Ms. Sinelo is
Ms. Sinelo, that's...
I do know Nonyeba. Yes, sorry, I know Nonyeba. Yes.
Based on your answer, can I then proceed with my 2 questions, my lady?
Yes.
Yes, you can.
May it please the court, my lady.
Just a second, Mr. Pitala?
My lady, I think traditionally we need to get an indication of the questions, where they are going, or what they are about.
Well, she just said clarify it. I don't know what is it that she wants to clarify. I think the council know that they have to outline the reason for their cross-examination.
There is no problem, my lady. I can do that.
Okay, thank you.
May it please the court, my lady. The questions that I want to pose to this witness relates to the interaction between herself and my client, and whether there was a, I just want to call this document by its right name. There was a clinical audit tool that was used by my client when she was stationed at Life Esidimeni, and whether this witness is aware of that clinical audit tool that was used during that time.
Okay.
No, not that I can think of. I'm not aware of it.
No. Let her ask the question. Pose the question properly. Yes, you may proceed, Miss.
Thank you, my lady. May it please the court. Professor Robertson, my client was stationed at Life Esidimeni at the time that the patients were discharged from Life Esidimeni, and she, in her affidavit, she states that they were given a detailed clinical audit tool that they were given by Dr. Gail Ura, and this is the tool that was used to decide where the patients should be placed. And that is the clinical audit tool that I'm referring to. Are you aware of this clinical audit tool?
No.
You have never seen it?
Not that I can think of right now.
And even during the time when the experts convened to do their investigations and assessments, did they not have sight of this clinical audit tool that was available during that time?
Not that I'm aware of. I think we've referred to everything that we had sight of at the beginning in the introduction to the expert panel report and the different reports that we were given. So we were given reports from Life Esidimeni. I just want to have a look through my notes, if I may.
Okay.
Out of this, if this was from this clinical audit tool, would have been a Life Esidimeni document. Am I correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. So we were given copies from Life Healthcare Esidimeni on case line 37840. 37840.
37840.
3840.
37840. Okay.
37840.
It's page 5 of the expert panel report. And what we wrote in there was the documents we received as the expert panel and from Life Healthcare Esidimeni. And we received copies of the audits which had been performed by the Gauteng Department of Health in 2014 at the different Life Esidimeni institutions, and feedback from the audits. I then summarized some findings from those audits and the additional recommendations. And we also were provided with a notice of termination of the contract, which was written by the legal services of the Gauteng Department of Health. So, and this was, but we did not receive the clinical audit tool that was used for selecting where patients went to on discharge or on transfer. We did not receive that clinical audit tool. It was also not, if we go back to the previous page, the 37838, listed there what we received from the Department of Health, which was actually from the directorate. So we received a summary report compiled by the Gauteng Directorate of Mental Health. And that detailed what we had got from that summary report. And that was all we received from the Gauteng Directorate of Mental Health. I don't think there was any reference to a clinical audit tool in that summary report from the notes here in the expert panel report.
Yes, Professor, and that would have informed your statement that says that you don't know how they selected the...
Thank you. I don't think Mr. Manamela, is he there? Then Mr. Profi.
As the court pleases, my lady, I find myself in a little bit of a predicament in these last 15 minutes. There are a few aspects in light of the witness addressing the toxic environment at Takalani that there are aspects which I require to take instruction on. And I believe that just from the squiz of what I've seen that they want to address would curtail the questions that I do have for this witness. So my ask is that there's also a document that I want to send to Mr. Lade to upload for the witness to have regard to, and obviously my colleagues also do have regard there too. So I don't think it would be fair.
What document is that?
It's in correspondence between Dr. Sipikun on behalf of Takalani to Dr. Manamela in respect of the issue that the witness gave evidence in respect of the labor issue, the report the Takalani did to Dr. Manamela. I want to have that uploaded to address the witness in that regard.
Okay, so you are reserving. Miss Asim? I want to find out, Miss Asim, I think let's hear you whether the witness is available tomorrow.
The witness is available tomorrow, my lady.
Okay, you wanted to raise something?
Yes, I'm not sure what it, Mr. Profi hasn't brought this documents to our attention at all, and I don't know how long it is, and we've not had a chance to look at it, and I'd like to get some indication of how long the document is, when it'll be uploaded, so that we have time to deal with it.
I'm having a look now. It's only 2 pages.
But when is it going to be uploaded? That is the question.
I will send it to the evidence leader right now.
Okay. Can we then, Mr. Pihlela, will you have questions for the witness?
Thank you, my lady. Definitely, I have questions for this witness. But
Or would you like to see these documents first, or I don't know? But maybe it doesn't. It is. Come again?
I would prefer to have sight of the document. Maybe I might have questions arising from it. And it wouldn't be ideal to reserve and then.
Okay. Thank you very much. Perhaps this should be the opportune time for us to adjourn the proceedings until tomorrow morning. Mr. Sonepul, who is this one now?
Good afternoon, my lady. As it pleases the court. As it pleases the court, my lady, I stand in.
Before you talk to me, I need to see your face.
Sorry, I'm struggling with the camera, my lady. I'm just trying to connect it. My lady, can you see me?
I don't know if the others can see you. I can't see you.
I seem to have a technical difficulty, my lady. There we go.
Can you see the this person who's talking?
I can see him.
I can see him, my lady.
Yes, I can see him, but who is he? If the others can see him, I can't remember. I think we used to have this name. Who are you representing, Mr. Sonepul?
My lady, I'm standing in for Miss Foster. I'm with Miss Foster for the 4 families of the.
But you have been keeping quiet. I've been asking as to what is happening. Even yesterday.
I do apologize, my lady. I've endeavored to get hold of Miss Foster. Unfortunately, she's not available, but she do indeed have questions for the witness and would like to reserve the right to.
Yes, but we can't reserve further and further. Where is she? We are not even told that she's not available today. I didn't receive any report. I mean,
unfortunately, something came up.
Is she available tomorrow? If she's not available tomorrow, there's nothing that we can do about it. She should be available tomorrow.
My lady, yes, we are indeed available tomorrow. Thank you, my lady.
Yes, I was just about to adjourn the proceedings until tomorrow morning when he interjected. If you can just lower your hand, Mr. Sonepul. Yes, the witness is warned, and you will be here tomorrow morning, Professor, to continue with your evidence. The proceedings for today are therefore adjourned to tomorrow, the 26th of May, 2023. Thank you.
Thank you. As it pleases the court, my lady.
As the court pleases.
Yes, the court pleases.
As the court pleases, my lady.
As the court pleases.
As the court pleases, my lady.